Here they are against Chelsea at White Hart Lane.
Well, Spurs' night of triumph began early on. Chiedozie had been fouled, and here's Glenn Hoddle shaping up to take a free kick. What a tremendous night Hoddle had, and this free kick flicked on by Waddle, and there's Graham Roberts, the big central defender, arriving late at the far post, and Spurs go into an early lead. They added to it soon afterwards. There's Danny Thomas taking a throw, and Spurs win a corner. Certainly Chelsea were under enormous pressure in these opening minutes of the game at White Hart Lane. Paul Allen, whom Spurs bought from West Ham in the close season, takes a short corner. And here's Hoddle again. This time his cross is met by the other big central defender, Paul Miller, and Spurs are 2 goals into the lead. Miller doesn't score often. No wonder he's looking. More trouble for Chelsea here. Their skipper, Colin Pates, is sent off. That's the challenge there on John Chiedozie. Pates had already been booked for an earlier foul, and referee Brian Stevens calling the Chelsea captain over to him. The Tottenham fans howling for him to be sent off, and I think Pates at this stage must have known he was in the deepest of trouble. And sure enough, the referee has sent off the Chelsea captain. 2 goals down, now down to 10 men without their skipper Colin Pates. More trouble for Chelsea though before half-time. This time is a foul by Doug Roodvie, the big Scottish fullback, on Paul Allen. And now you'll see a really cheeky free kick coming up to be taken, yes, by Glenn Hoddle, number 10. Watch John Chiedozie on the right of the picture there as well. Chelsea caught unawares. There's the free kick, a mistake by the goalkeeper, and Chiedozie follows it in. Half-time, and Chelsea are behind by 3 goals to 0. The Spurs attack is broken up with a really hefty clearance out of defence, and now the chase is on. This is Kerry Dixon with an amazing lob over Ray Clemens just under the crossbar. Chelsea's first goal of the night, Kerry Dixon's first goal of the season. For all that, it was Spurs who had the last word. A splendid move across field here. Glenn Hoddle yet again taking it up, and what about this for the perfect pass to Mark Falco. 4-1 to Tottenham.
Barnes, Wood sticking very closely to him, but a shrug of the shoulders, and John Barnes was away. Callahan. And again it's West on the far post, and Barnes dropped behind him. A penalty. Well, the referee clearly aware of pushing as the ball came over, and John Moores had no doubt. So Nigel Callahan is entrusted with the kick and misses it. Well, Callahan taking the job because Luther Blissett missed the penalty earlier this season at Sheffield Wednesday. Such a good striker of a dead ball normally. Speedy being asked to make something of a very lofted clearance, and in fact Jackett got too close to him, pushed David Speedy in the back. We move into any time that referee John Moores wants to add on at the end of the first 45 minutes. Possibly the extra seconds could work to Chelsea's advantage if they can deliver a good free kick here. Hazard trying to set up players on the edge of the area, particularly Bumstead. Chelsea have come to Vicarage Road with plenty of attacking intentions. They've taken the game to Watford. significant parts of the first half, but Blissett on the counter charge here with Barnes. That's a great goal! A shot of real authority. No wonder Nijveshki shakes his head. He had no chance. The goal of international class from England's John Barnes. In injury time, cutting inside onto his right foot and picking his spot. Here's Speedy. Hazard. There's an instance there again where Nevin had been drawn in field, and he's back now in the wide position that gives Chelsea a way forward. He's given the ball away to Blissett. Barnes is there for Watford. West away to Watford's right. And Nevin's anxiety to make up for his mistake has led to the conceding of a free kick. Very much an individual, Pat Nevin, on and off the pitch, so too John Barnes. Rostron's shot. Ulf Rostron, who has a birthday tomorrow, he'll be 29. Looked like an arm from Pates, but Watford have the ball anyway. Barnes taking on Wood and beating him, Blissett. Well, somehow he found a way to turn when there seemed to be none. Pates in the end blocked him. And it's Watford's turn to send the big men forward, particularly Steve Terry. West right in on the goalkeeper. Blissett waiting by the far post for the flick on from Barnes. For Blissett, it's a move Watford have worked so often, and it nearly worked for them there. Barnes was impeded as West flicked it on. Terry with the free kick, and West chases it in vain. Porter. Bumstead was closing him down. Four men forward for Watford. West powering on. It might come his way. And it's bundled in by Blissett. 2-0. A disaster for Chelsea. And West took it up. And it was a most delightful chip that took out the goalkeeper, and Luther Blissett, homing in on the far post, forced it over the line. So Watford have the cushion of a 2-goal advantage 13 minutes into the second half. Hazard. Splendidly done to hold off Rostron. And Speedy. It's McLaughlin who shoots. And the referee spotted a deflection. It wasn't too apparent from this angle. So it's pressure from Chelsea, but as yet not penetration. Rugby, yes! Penetration now. That's brought them back in the game. Solidly met by the big defender on the near post, and it flew in. Barnes collected from Blissett. Talbot, Blissett is free and needed to readjust his balance. West for Barnes. And now Porter. Not enough sting to trouble the goalkeeper, Eddie Nijveshki, who was flinging himself one way then the other. Speedy. Obstruction by Rostron on Cannaville, right on the edge of the area. Laughlin is alongside him at the far post. And it's for Dixon, and Speedy! So close! A splendid free kick, which they did try once in the first half and it didn't quite come off. It didn't come off there either, but Speedy was so close, stretching in onto Dixon's flick. Blissett. And obstruction by Rugby. Callahan unable to get round him, having got the ball past him. In the Watford scheme of things, John Barnes goes across to take free kicks from this type of position, to whip it in with the left foot. Watford now have 4 players looking to meet it. But meeting it for Chelsea was Rugby at the expense of a corner. Barnes, Terry! The set piece works again, and Watford can breathe more easily again. Well, there's never any disguising Watford's intentions, but stopping it is another matter altogether. Callahan's corner, the back header from Barnes, and from close range, a simple task for Steve Terry. 3-1. Hazard. And Sherwood. Well, if he's a bit ring-rusty, it's understandable. Out of the limelight. But it was a fumble that would have sent his heart into his mouth. Barnes with a little bit of shoving that went undetected, and he got the run of the ball past Wood. Callahan! That's a great save. Callahan from 5 yards. Managed to sneak in on the blind side, and Nijveshki was able to keep it out.
Check on the teams. Chelsea third in the table have sprung a surprise by dropping Mike Hazard from their midfield. Little more than a month ago he cost £300,000 from Tottenham, but he's taken some time settling down. Robert Isaac gets his 3rd game only in the first team. He'll be at right back. The side as a whole has really started to shape up well, and not least Kerry Dixon in good scoring form after a poor start. He's now scored 6 in Chelsea's last 6 games. Top scorer for Manchester United, of course, is Mark Hughes with 9. So there's going to be quite a battle between 2 of the most successful First Division strikers here today. However, Manchester United are still without Brian Robson. He's got a hamstring injury. Gordon Strachan, he's only just started training again. Remy Moses and John Goodman. But what a side manager Ron Atkinson can still put out into the field. Now with Paul McGrath taking Robson's place in the midfield. The referee today is John Martin of Alton in Hampshire. So Manchester United in red shirts and white shorts get us away, attacking the goal to our right on an afternoon, a splendid autumn afternoon where conditions are perfect. Those 4 wingers, both sides playing 4-2-4, each of them having just 2 men in the midfield. It really is a throwback to the old days, and the prospect of some really fine attacking football here at Stamford Bridge as Whiteside gets it back to his keeper Gary Bailey. Really a good place for Manchester United to come to keep this run going. They've won 5 of the last 7 times they've been here. Here's McGrath getting his cross in, a little too high for Stapleton. Barnes trying to come on the far side, and a goal kick. United for a moment hustling the referee, suggesting that Barnes had been pulled down and it might be a penalty, but I don't think that even crossed the referee's mind. And Robert Isaac, rather a traumatic start. He's only 19, comes from South London. Dixon. Well, a powerful shot that Bailey had to watch really closely. Really hammered that with the right boots. And Bailey catching it at the second attempt. Whiteside. Arthur Albiston. Trying to get McGrath in. But Chelsea getting it away as McLaughlin now finds Nevin. Dixon is away on his left. That's the ball for Kerry Dixon. Bumstead waiting in the middle. Nevin's continued his run. This could be trouble for Manchester United, and in the end they concede the corner off Moran. Good break by Chelsea there. Suddenly 3 men were springing forward, and United for a moment looked to be in a little bit of trouble, and they might still be. Deep corner. And Speedy getting in, but it's just too high. So a goal kick for Chelsea. There's Ron Atkinson in the centre of the picture in this night suit, leaning forward, masterminding a really great season for Manchester United. 13 played, they've won 11 and drawn 2 in the league. Rugby for Chelsea to Nevin. Speed is after it. He's again got Hogg to contend with, and Hogg threw it away. Oh, and he's going to be booked. Well, that's a shame. I mean, it was silly to throw the ball away, but it was a reflex more than anything else. I always think, and it's a debating point, I think the referees now really make life more difficult for themselves if their first booking is something like that. What do they book and what don't they book in the minutes that remain? And there are still 25 minutes of this first half left. So Hogg goes into the book. Nevin takes the free kick. Oh! And a save from McLaughlin. And Bailey could have known very little about it. Flicked in by Nevin, the free kick. Flicked on by Kerry Dixon. Just the merest touch there. Came off a defender too. And a reflex save by Gary Bailey. Barnes getting his header in. Chelsea's throw, or rather Manchester United's throw. And Arthur Albiston with it. Hughes. Albiston. Whiteside onto the left foot too. Digged in towards Stableland. Sadly for United, just a little too high for him. Whiteside again in possession. Albiston. Duxbury has come wide to make himself available. Here he is. Olsen. Olsen again, a little lucky to get it back. Now Nevin, on the break again for Chelsea. With McAllister in freedom away on the left. But I don't think the angle's going to help the youngster. There's a couple of fine breaks that Nevin's made out of defence, but he delayed that pass a little too long. But it's Chelsea in possession again with Kevin McAllister. Oh, he turned Duxbury beautifully there. A little too high for Dixon, and Bumstead shot away for the goal kick. Well, there's no doubt about it. The Chelsea threats are coming from young Kevin McAllister, and Bumstead in the end a little too high with his finishing shot. He did really well. He turned Duxbury. Remember, Duxbury's an England international as well. And a goal kick. Hughes chasing this one. McLaughlin should get there first, but Hughes might still. It was touch and go, and there was no whistle. That suddenly looked as though it was going to get out of Chelsea's hands when McLaughlin looked to be in control, and if Hughes could just have got his feet a little quicker than that, he might well have nicked it past Niedzwiecki. At the other end, Speedy going on, and Bailey goes down. No goals yet, but no lack of effort, and it's really a crisp October afternoon here, I can assure you, but you've only got to look at the close-ups of the players' shirts. Bathed in perspiration, a free kick there, a foul by Duxbury, pulling back on McAllister, a free kick to Chelsea. Now, will Chelsea find something from this? Nevin will take the free kick, McLaughlin's come up from the back, Dixon's heading ability is well known. Nevin curled it in towards the far post. There are 4 Chelsea players gathered there, and Bailey beats them all. Olsen. Hughes. Olsen with Spackman after him. Still Olsen. Oh my goodness, he nearly brought him down there, and in the end, Niedzwiecki. It's not a particularly good cross there by Olsen, just pulled back a yard or so, and there were 3 men waiting. But Spackman wasn't far from pulling him down in the box either. Duxbury. And now at the moment, I'm afraid, the game is not giving any chance to flow at all. There are so many free kicks being given, and advantages very rarely being played. Hughes. Olsen. Spackman's right there with him, that's his job, and he's given away the corner. Nigel Spackman having a word with the referee. I don't know what it was about, because it clearly came off him for the corner. Now for the first time, Graham Hogg's gone forward, the big, tall central defender. McGrath's in there and Moran, so the big men are up for Manchester United. Niedzwiecki getting it and half getting it and getting it at the second attempt. And long clearance. Oh, his own man! And Hughes! Good grief! Well, that was so close to the most remarkable goal of the season. And what a lucky man the Chelsea goalkeeper is, looking up as though there's somebody up there who likes him, because he certainly had luck on his side with a clearance that hit, I think, probably one of his own players, but fell for Mark Hughes, and Hughes then hitting it straight back at Niedzwiecki. McGrath. Olsen. And a goal! Jesper Olsen. Only his 3rd this season, and it stunned the big crowd here. And it seemed that the keeper, Niedzwiecki, was a little slow getting down to it, because it wasn't hit with that much power from outside the box, as you can see. And just inside the post to put Manchester United 1-0 into the lead. Jesper Olsen. So this amazing run by United is still very much on the move. Well, Hogg getting involved with the referee. I don't know whether it's McAllister, the Chelsea player, who's involved, but there's... Well, Hogg's already had his name taken. Or is it Alveston? No, it's Alveston. Well, if it's Hogg, he's got to go off, surely. He had his name taken, Graham Hogg. No, it's McAllister. Now, I don't know what Graham Hogg, the number 6, must be worried about his immediate future. Well, he's already taken Hogg's name for throwing the ball away, and he has been sent off. first foul was totally innocuous, the throwing away of the ball. The incident off the ball was the one that has meant that Graham Hogg is sent off. Now that could well cause a bit of trouble. Ron Atkinson was on the field, and the referee having a word with Ron Atkinson now. You can see how stunned the Manchester United manager is. And the referee, I have to say, is piling up troubles for himself. There's stuff being thrown onto the pitch now. And a highly charged afternoon might well take a bit of controlling now. Obviously, a referee can only give what he sees. The referee has seen 2 fouls by Graham Hogg that he regards as worthy of yellow cards and being sent off. And the United fans are none too happy about it, but they are a goal ahead. Now with 10 men against Chelsea's 11. Referee looking at the watch again. He's played nearly 2.5 minutes of time added on. McAllister. Umstead with the cross in. McGrath, who's gone back to a central defending position now. As the half-time whistle goes. And Manchester United going in with a 0-0. The lead given to them by Jesper Olsen. But the sending off of Graham Hogg of Manchester United, and certainly some highly controversial refereeing by John Martin here in the first half. A half-time score then at Stamford Bridge. It's Chelsea 0, Manchester United 1. So the crowd now eagerly awaiting the start of the second half. It's referee John Martin gets it underway with Chelsea in the all-blue strip attacking the goal to our right. 1-0 to Manchester United, remember, Jesper Olsen's goal, but United, of course, now down to 10 men. Here's Kevin McAllister, only his second game in the first team. Back to Isaac, who's having only his third. Speedy to Isaac. McAllister. Chelsea seeking to dent this proud Manchester United record and get a corner. McAllister with his corner. Still having trouble getting it away. And flipped away magnificently by Bailey from John Bumstead. Well, Bumstead, scorer of 1 only this season. And Dixon over the top. Let's have a look at the previous corner. What a splendid save by Bailey. A foul by Hughes, and it was. He was jumping early and jumping into McLaughlin. A free kick quite properly given by the referee to Chelsea. Pates with it. McAllister. United were claiming a handball there by the little Scot. Umstead, Spackman, McAllister, who's looking really lively in this game. Nice little ball there, played to McLaughlin. It might come to him again, it might come to Dixon, he's offside. He's offside. It will not be given. Realisation and the frustration and the disappointment. And there's no doubt at all, the flag was up straight away. Yes, he's probably just about in line with the last player, which is enough to be offside. So it's still 1-0 to Manchester United. Rugby. few unkind words to each other. It's pretty tense out there, you can imagine, with United 10 men desperately clinging to this lead and under a lot of pressure. Chelsea feeling that they really should be making some progress against the 10 men for the whole of this second half. So it's a nervy, frustrating afternoon for both sets of players. And very tense too. Hughes sweeping it there for Duxbury. Inviting Stapleton. Played in for Olsen. That was a good run by Olsen. And it looked like an obstruction there on Duxbury. Referee gave nothing. Whiteside. Been very muted this afternoon, Norman Whiteside, but there he is. And that's not a bad ball for Duxbury. Comes off Pates. McGrath, oh, he misjudged that with the head. But there was cover from Alderston. 17 minutes left. Spackman. Nevin. Duxbury having two goes at him. The free kick quickly taken. And it was a handball, probably the second. Yes, it was a handball there by Stapleton. Nevin. And Bailey losing it. And they have pushed in. McLaughlin has. The big centre-half scores his first goal of the season. Courtesy, to some extent, by Gary Bailey. When the free kick was taken, Nevin floats it in. Bailey, well, makes a hash of it, really. Now the panic stations are really on. And what an inviting moment that was for Big Joe McLaughlin to make it 1-1. Now, is Manchester United's unbeaten record really in danger now as Chelsea bring it back to 1-1? One thing's for sure, we're in for quite a last quarter of an hour, thanks to Joe McLaughlin's goal. But Mark Hughes, getting his name in the book. Now, what can we expect in the final 15 minutes? United, remember, 10 men. Chelsea thirsting for a victory that they feel they need to make real progress on this Manchester United 10-point lead at the top. We're not too interested in a draw. We really want to win today, was what manager John Hollins was telling them before the game. Well, here's McAllister. It's all Chelsea at the moment. It might come for Speedy, and in the end it was Whiteside who walloped the ball 40 yards over his own crossbar and way into the crowd behind the goal. So a Chelsea corner, and a rip-roaring finish is on its way. Nevin will take the corner. All the Chelsea big men are in there, including Rugby and McLaughlin. And Bailey lost it again for a moment there and was saved by his defence. It's another Chelsea corner. Intense pressure here now. And Bailey grabs that one safely. Spackman. Dixon! No, against the crossbar! beat Bailey all ends up there, but not the bar. And Chelsea so close to getting that important second goal. They're going to take some holding now, Chelsea. They really got the wind in their sails, and Kerry Dixon blasting his way through there. Unlucky to see the ball bounce off the crossbar. Hit with tremendous power. Now Stapleton for Manchester United. Hughes. My goodness. And a goal! Mark Hughes! What a brilliant answer by Manchester United. What a striker he is, into double figures, number 10 for Mark Hughes. About the only serious attack they've had in the second half, and Eddie Niedzwiecki was merely groping thin air as Mark Hughes hits a tremendous right foot shot in. From outside the box, there was a little bit of space for him, he found the angle that was right. Voila! And United are back into the lead. Now can Chelsea pull themselves back again? Rugby. McGrath with a header for United. Whiteside getting it wide for Duxbury. Now Stapleton. Free kick given. Way off the pitch, the tall figure there, the lonely and sad, disappointed figure of Graham Hogg, who was sent off in the first half. May depend he's urging his teammates on for all he can. Jesper Olsen, little Dane, back for Barnes. And flag up for an offside. Chelsea's free kick, not wasting any time about it. McAllister now, as the Blues come sweeping forward again. Look at McLaughlin right in there as well, linking up superbly, and what a good ball by him for Nevin. Nevin again, a little dink in, and Speedy didn't really make very much of that. Rugby. United have pulled everybody back. Here's McLaughlin again. Pounding at that Manchester United goal. Jones trying to get Speedy in. Jones again. Nevin teasing and tormenting this United defence, both he and McAllister. The little ball there, cut out well by McGrath. Rugby. Cross again towards Bailey. Gathered it well at the highest point. On my watch, 3 minutes to go. And Ron Atkinson in the suit, the Manchester United manager. Mick Brown alongside him, his right-hand man. And these are tense and difficult moments for them, wondering whether their side can just hold out for these last couple of minutes. Well, there was Jesper Olsen, in fact, kicking the ball away. Graham Hogg got himself booked for that early in the first half. And John Hollins, some animation there on the Chelsea bench to Doug Rugby, wanting Rugby maybe to link up and come forward and take a chance. Certainly Chelsea have got little to lose now. Whiteside just planting the ball up, the old tactic towards the corner flag. Takes a few more precious seconds off the 90 minutes. Massive kick again by Niedzwiecki, right at the edge of the Manchester United penalty area. McAllister. We're inside the last minute now as Speedy finds Jones, and now Spackman. Speedy offside against Nevin, the flag is up. sigh of relief, you can imagine, on the United bench and amongst their many supporters here in West London today. Just really got to keep their heads now for the few seconds that remain. Orbiston planting it forward. Hughes was onside. What a nice ball there played for Jesper Olsen, and saved brilliantly by Niedzwiecki. What a great break by United though, and a fine ball by Hughes. Dixon. Moran. Well, that's gone conveniently towards the corner flag for them, and Olsen was up there, but here's Pates. Playing time added on. The last gasp chance this for Chelsea. Good headed work again by Moran. Hughes, Rugby. Pates will just whack it forward anywhere again, hoping a blue shirt can get on the end of it. Duxbury and Bailey. And that might well mean that United finally are safe. Have a look at the watch by the referee. Rugby's header. Now McLaughlin. Still the whistle hasn't gone. Still deep into injury time. Nevin. McLaughlin, the big defender who's already scored once. That came off McGrath. The bench are urging Olsen to run towards the corner flag with it. It's a United throw, the whistle is gone, and United's crowd record remains. Down the tunnel goes Graham Hogg, who was sent off in the first half, and the odds look to be against Manchester United then, although they led by Olsen's goal. And they were pressurised the whole of the second half. McLaughlin then scored, number 5, got the equaliser for Chelsea, and the number 9 going down the tunnel, Mark Hughes, getting a handshake from Gordon Strachan, who's back in training again now for Manchester United. But what a proud and gutsy performance by Manchester United against all the odds after Hogg had been sent off. And now they have played 14, won 12, drawn 2, lost none. Chelsea 1, Manchester United 2. Is without the former Spurs midfield player Mike Hazard, who's fit, but not quite what I want today, says manager John Hollins. But again, they'll be looking to the scoring power up front of Kerry Dixon with 20 goals and David Speedie with 13. Spurs, of course, have got Mark Falco with 12 goals, and they were greatly relieved this morning when Chris Waddle passed a test on a sore right shin. Also 2 cousins in this Tottenham side, Paul and Clive Allen. The referee today is J.C. Deacon of South Glamorgan. And so it's Chelsea then in the all-blue strip who get us underway, attacking the goal to our left, and Nevin straight into the action. And a free kick also in the opening seconds to Chelsea, unbeaten in their last 8 in the league. In fact, only 1 defeat here at home at Stamford Bridge, and that by Manchester United. Rugby playing it forward, cut out easily by Waddle. Now Hoddle. And a throw again to Chelsea. With something of a score to settle here. They were beaten 4-1 at White Hart Lane back in September, Chelsea's heaviest defeat of the season. There's Danny Thomas. Perryman. Picked on that time by Allen. And McLaughlin away for Chelsea. The last time we were here on Big League Soccer, Big Joe scored, Joe McLaughlin scored for Chelsea against Manchester United, although Chelsea lost 2-1 that day. It's Murphy and Mabbott away. Freezing conditions here at Stamford Bridge, and although there was that little bit of give in the surface at around about 2 o'clock, I'm wondering as the light goes and the frost reappears whether it will harden up a bit. Murphy again. Dixon onside. Speedy waiting in the middle. And Nevin in there too, and McAllister also. Still with Dixon going a long way. And almost a half chance there, we'll know Spurs all over the place, and it very nearly came back for Dixon to be able to prod it in. But at the end of it all that Chelsea got was a corner. Certainly touch and go there for Tottenham. And then floating it in. And it was Falco who got it away. Dublin. Allen playing the ball in towards his cousin Clive Allen. That's the Chelsea skipper, Colin Pates. Mavett winning it in the air. Free kick to Tottenham. To say in these opening minutes it is a frenzied and shapeless typical local derby. Needs people like Glenn Hoddle maybe to bring a bit of order out of all the frenzy. But it's Danny Thomas now for Tottenham. Perryman, Stevens with a gap opening up for him. Shot charged down by Pates. Goes for Dixon. Well, McAllister now. A long, long way. And good work by Ray Clements. He made the save, but didn't quite know where it was. And that was a tremendously powerful and positive run by McAllister. And Dixon can't quite finish that off. And all credit there, though, to Ray Clements for the save. But at the moment, here's Paul Allen. Now Hoddle. Stopped by Pates. And a free kick. Well, that really was a tremendous run by young Kevin McAllister. And Ray Clements, at the age of 37, probably having as good a season as ever he's had, brings off a thrilling save for Tottenham. Well, they're talking about Ray Clements as a possible England man for the World Cup in Mexico at the age of 37, behind Peter Shilton. I think that's unlikely to happen, frankly, but it's a testimony of the sort of season he's been having. A free kick, meanwhile, then to Tottenham. Hoddle will take it. A little chip coming in, and that's Niedzwiecki. Waddle. Well, he certainly got the better of Dublin. Still with Waddle, curled away there, and some good work by Niedzwiecki that had to be finished off by another defender after a good run by Waddle. Picked his spot. Niedzwiecki diving well to his right. Keeps it out, and it'll be a throw to Tottenham. Again, Waddle getting the better of Dublin. Furious effort. But what is clear is that the young Chelsea left-back Keith Dublin's having a very difficult time both against Paul Allen and Chris Waddle. Speedy. Waddle. The offside flag is up. Speedy again, causing problems in the air. He lacks inches, but not determination, that's for sure. And Mavett gets it away. Good player to have in your side, Gary Mavett. Can play in about 6 or 7 different positions. Now as a central defender.
Spackman will take the throw for Chelsea. Also the man who takes their penalties. Spackman planting it in there. And it's in there with Kerry Dixon again. 21st of the season. And that unfailing head of his has put Chelsea into the lead. Man who was once an apprentice at Tottenham meets that ball superbly and puts it wide of clearance. Well, that's got Chelsea with the start they want. They're pulled back here for an offside. An amazing goal-scoring record this young man's got. Now very much in contention for an England striking place in the World Cup in Mexico. And with his goal record, it's hard for Bobby Robson to deny him. Spackman. So, bottom right of the picture, Peter Shreve, the Tottenham manager. Speedy putting it in there. That was looking for Dixon again. Now Spackman. Speedy again, and this time offside. And Danny Thomas down injured. Tottenham bench, you can see Ossie Ardiles standing up, wondering whether he might get on as the substitute. Next to him, John Chiedozie. Also Graham Roberts in there as well. Paul Miller too. You can see the reserves there are quite considerable in that Tottenham side. Danny Thomas fit to resume. Spurs free kick from that offside. It's Dublin. Half an hour gone. Spurs a goal down, and Ardiles warming up on the other side. And by the look of Danny Thomas, he's hobbling so badly, I think it's just a matter of time before he comes off now. Can Falco finish that off? He can't. I think it was McLaughlin who made the heading error. And suddenly Falco looked as though he was in the clear. If it was a chance, it certainly was taken far too quickly. Touch. Ardiles. Nice little bit of skill and a good cross in there, and Falco almost on the end of it, and Allen missed his kick, and there was a glorious opportunity turned aside by Tottenham then. And lovely cross coming in there. Falco looked to have the chance. If anything, Clive Allen probably had a better one. Chelsea survived. Nevin. Good, well-contested game this at the moment as Spackman now takes it up for Chelsea. McAllister. Well, there was a trip, but it seemed an unintentional one by Waddle, who's clearly injured the little winger, McAllister. But he's off the field. And the play presumably will continue. No reason why it shouldn't. referee having a word with the linesman just to make sure that it was, in the linesman's view, also a purely accidental trip. Free kick given to Chelsea. Dublin with it towards Dixon. And a free kick given to Tottenham. Dixon backing in on the defender just when the Chelsea fans felt there might be a penalty their way. Allen. Bates. Allen again. Ball. So Clive Allen on the far side. He's picked him out unerringly, but there was also some good, swift challenging by Rugby and a safe pass back to his keeper, Eddie Nijveski. Great ball by Hobble. So Kevin McAllister holds off after that challenge. Well, Chelsea have brought on their substitute, Paul Cannaville, on for the injured Kevin McAllister. We saw him injured just before half-time. A winger on for a winger, and Chelsea leading by 1-0 as we start the second half. Still freezing temperatures here in West London, and Spurs knowing that there's a good deal of work for them to do in the second half. There's Stevens. Ardiles. Without Spurs did look a better proposition once he came on. And we'll also be hoping that he brings out the best of Glenn Hoddle. Hoddle with the free kick. Comes on to Allen. Ardiles. Perriman. It's Houghton. Played in by Waddle, but straight to a Chelsea player, Nigel Spackman. Fouled by Ardiles, free kick to Chelsea. Both matches between the sides last year finished in 1-1 draws. At the moment, Spurs might well settle for that. Spackman. Ardiles. Gary Stevens. Bringing in Chris Waddle. It's more like the old Chris Waddle. And it might still come for Clive Allen. Can he set it up for anybody else? No, it looked for a moment as though he might send it up for Gary Stevens, but it's back with Chris Waddle again. Bit of pressure here from Tottenham. Trying to get round Rugby. A goal kick. The right decision, signalled by Doug Rugby, and the referee perfectly placed to see that the ball, in fact, had last come off Waddle. Cannaville, the substitute. The first chance for him really to stretch his legs down that left flank. Perriman back there with him. It in now to Dixon. Oh, against the post. Out for Cannaville. Crossed in once more. Speedy there. And his second chance goes over the top. Well, nearly goal number 22 and the second of the game for Kerry Dixon. Thumping that shot against the post. And when Cannaville was able to return it, eventually it comes to Dixon again. And this time the shot's too high. Hubble. Houghton. Waddle. Perriman. They've by Houghton for Ardiles. And followed right at the end by Joe McLaughlin. But Ardiles has made such a difference to this Tottenham side since he came on just before half-time for the injured Danny Thomas. Refereeing decision there. There was a little shove by Stevens as the ball was coming down, and the referee at exactly the right angle to spot it. He gives Chelsea a free kick. Nevin will take it. McLaughlin up on the far side. Dixon too. It was Dixon's header, shoveled away there by Clements. Absolutely magnificent gear again, meeting the free kick perfectly, and a shoveling action more than anything else by Ray Clements to get it away behind for the corner. Jerry Murphy then with the corner for Chelsea. Floated towards the near post. Rugby in there as well, looking for the little flick on, and Keith Dublin putting it away amongst the spectators in the shed. And now it's Waddle. Obstruction on Waddle by Nevin. It'll be a free kick to Tottenham. Half an hour to go. Perryman with the free kick. Spackman. Now can Cannibal get the better of Allen? Well, he could, but his shot was wide, and it's a goal kick. So applause from the shed as Cannaville shrugged off the attentions of Paul Allen across the face of the goal. Now Houghton. Waddle, Perryman, Falco, Hoddle, Waddle again. And it was Dublin who got it away. Perhaps he didn't hear the call, and Nijveski, who was just behind him. The Spurs looking so much better in this second half, and whereas for quite a while in the first half you wondered how they might save it, they must now begin to sense that this game is here to be saved. And the man on the ball at the moment is the one who's made all the difference, Ossie Ardiles. Stopped him that time. Maybe a free kick for handball there. Floated towards Falco. McLaughlin. Stevens beaten by Dixon in the air. And here's Speedy. Now can Speedy... That's going to be a penalty brought down by Clements. The referee instantly pointing to the spot. As Speedy is brought down by the goalkeeper. And Chelsea now with a perfect chance to give themselves a cushion of a 2-goal lead. No doubt about the penalty. Spurs arguing with the referee, although what their case is, I can't imagine. And the referee in no doubts. So Nigel Spackman, 4 goals this season, 2 of them from the penalty spot. The number 8, due to sign a contract next week that would keep him here at Stamford Bridge until 1990. Gives himself the chance of an early celebration. beating of Ray Clements is no formality. Now, can he really put Chelsea clear? Spackman against Clements. 2-0. Clements looks back in anguish, knowing how close it was to a save. As Spackman hit it high to his right. Clements got his hands to it, but could only push it into the net. And Chelsea lead by 2-0. 63 minutes gone. Just when it seemed, certainly in the early part of this second half, that Spurs could get this game back under control. Ruki flattening Waddle. Perryman, Ardiles. Those great old Chelsea pensioners, soldiers from the past, with a little bit to warm them up here this afternoon. Hoddle, it's got a really anonymous game, Glenn Hoddle. Spackman. It's going to be a throw to Tottenham. Scored the second goal from the penalty spot, Nigel Spackman. Allen, Putin, got Waddle. If he can get Waddle in, which he can, played across the face of the goal. And Falco within a whisker of making a contact that surely would have got Spurs back into the game. Good Tottenham move that, finishing with Chris Waddle's drive across the face of the goal. Falco flat out, no contact. In fact, it must have come off a Chelsea defender. The ball goes behind for the corner. Perryman to Hoddle. Now Waddle. And Falco's header is wide. It's a goal kick. That's the Chelsea bench. Not the best view on the ground, but the news is good from there. Abbott pushing in on Speedy. Free kick to Chelsea. Pat Nevin with it. Floated towards Cannaville. They let him go. And that could have been really costly. Looking at that again, you can see how flat-footed that Spurs defence were at the far post there, and Cannaville was almost able to embarrass them. Cannaville coming in again. Just past. Speedy couldn't quite force it home. So close there for Cannaville. Been so pacey and positive down that left flank in this second half. Just failed on that occasion. Now a little Nevin. And again it's Nevin. This time trying to get Speedy in, who's onside. For Nevin! Superb piece of reflex keeping there by Clements. Well, it certainly looked to me as though Clements lifted the ball over the crossbar. Allen. Beaten away by Dublin, but unfairly so. It'll be a free kick this time for Tottenham. Stevens. Ardiles. Perryman. Ardiles. Allen. Now Dixon versus Houghton. How will the bounce go? Dixon showing tremendous acceleration, but Houghton then came back at him, and Chelsea get a corner. Dixon really went into overdrive there and looked for a moment as though he might get goal side of Houghton to the extent that he would get a shot in at goal, but Houghton came with a little rally late on, and the most that Chelsea got was a corner, which Nevin will take. Away though by Gary Stevens, and an offside against Speedy. It'll be a free kick again to Tottenham. Well and truly beaten here at Stamford Bridge today as the final whistle goes for Tottenham, as Chelsea win by 2-0. Thoroughly deserving it. A totally disappointing performance by Tottenham, who had just that one spell early in the second half when it looked as though they might save things, and then of course they conceded the penalty, and then it was all up for them. But Chelsea, it was a totally committed game, and Dixon in the first half and Spackman with a penalty in the second means they've stretched their unbeaten record in the league to 9 games and push ever closer to the top. So a lot of promise and potential in this young Chelsea side as we leave Stamford Bridge with the scoreline Chelsea 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Chelsea goalkeeper Eddie Niedzwiecki has been getting really good distance with these kicks. Speedy. Nevin. Speedy, oh, good play. Now here's a good moment for Chelsea. There has to be. Speedy scores his 16th goal of the season, but a goal that illustrates Chelsea's quality. Lovely interplay between Speedy and Nevin, and that stemmed from another of those long goal kicks by Niedzwiecki. Well, what good control by Speedy, heading it forward and running into the penalty area to plant it past Mark Grew. Chelsea 1, West Brom 0, 20 minutes gone. Carlton Palmer. Well, Mark Grew will be disappointed. This is his first game for West Brom since coming back here on loan from Ipswich and already having conceded a goal. Dixon makes a run. Now Steve Hunt. Oh, good ball. Garth Crooks. Only one man in the middle for him, that's Berardi. On his left side. Garth Crooks back today after 3 weeks absence with an injured back, with Albion's last chance of the first half, but Niedzwiecki in the Chelsea goal didn't have to move his feet to stop it. McLaughlin finds Dixon, who holds up the defender and keeps possession, and finds Bumstead. Play waved on. This is Spackman. Speedy, and referee slipped. Still Speedy. Colin Pates. Touched on by Dixon. Nevin. Murphy! Once again, Chelsea make it look so easy. They'd had possession of the ball there for several minutes, were turned back several times, and then it was their captain Colin Pates who punted it forward to Dixon, who got a touch on, then Nevin, and finally it fell to Jerry Murphy to score his second goal of the season. Murphy. Keith Dublin. Spackman. Nevin in space, having recovered from that knock of a few moments ago. Bumstead and Nevin. Again, good football by Chelsea. Can he get the cross in? He can. Surely it was easier for Speedy to score. Chelsea had done all the hard work. Nevin's speed getting him behind the Albion defenders. Cut it back perfectly to David Speedy, who got right underneath it and put it over the bar. Mercurial little player, Pat Nevin. Palmer. He's done well here, the youngster. Cross came off the heels of Dublin. And it's Pates who brings it out. Nicol. Crooks looks as though he might have been pushed in the back. He was. Referee Keith Cooper of Glamorgan gives the penalty. Well, Garth Crooks looked as if he was about to jump for that, but as he was trying to do so, I think it was Colin Lee, who was standing behind him, who seemed to prevent him. The pair of them ended up on the floor, and Albion have a penalty. Not well struck by Derek Statham, and Nizveski makes the save. So Albion, bottom of the First Division with only 2 home wins all season, have really only themselves to blame for not giving themselves a glimmer of hope in this match. The ball for Dixon to chase. Forsyth comes across. Oh, and he's made a mess of it. Nevin must be 3, and it stands. Oh, what a disaster for Albion. Having just missed a penalty at the other end, a total hash in defence, and Nevin will not have an easier goal to score all season.
Is the one which beat Newcastle on Saturday. Despite wearing number 2, the Northern Ireland international Alan McDonald will play in the centre of defence alongside former Chelsea man Steve Wicks. So England centre-back Terry Fenwick will continue in midfield. Chelsea have never lost on Rangers' artificial surface, but they did lose a player, a late scare, when Joe McLaughlin hobbled off with a pulled tendon during the warm-up. So only half an hour before kick-off, Doug Rugby was told he was playing at number 5. The referee tonight, Lester Schachter from Torquay, his linesmen John Biles of Oxford and Norman Leslie of Worthing. Chelsea in red are unbeaten in their last 16 matches in the 3 major competitions. That's the task facing Rangers in the hoops tonight. And already Chelsea, with this tremendous support behind them, have a free kick. There's as many Chelsea fans in the ground as Rangers. Lee and Rugby have both gone up on the far side. It's been taken by Nevin and played in low. And to safety for Michael Robinson. Good running by Faraday through the centre here for Rangers. Turned on by Byrne. Dublin is the fullback, number 3. Keith Dublin, 20 a week today. It's a big game for some of these young players. Wicks has gone up into the penalty area for Rangers. And there he is. This is Spackman for Chelsea. And Dixon looking for Speedy, and Fenwick and Speedy collided. Accidental, but there have been some bruising matches between these 2 clubs down the years. quicker than Rugby, and did he impede him? Nijveski came to stop Faraday, who is one of the quickest players in the Football League. He's like lightning, the number 11. And big Rugby there, who only knew he was playing at 7 o'clock, had an early test. Dixon. That was Neil. Nevin. And through the middle, it's Speedy. And this time, Barron comes out, and the whistle's gone. Speedy was offside when the first ball was played. There's so much excitement in the ground that nobody heard the whistle. They used to say in the old days that Arsenal-Spurs was the great London derby. It may still be in many ways, but here in West London, you can't hear yourself think. That was Pates. Here comes James. Free kick given to Rangers. Jerry Murphy not happy, but Leicester Shakhtar has given the free kick. I think he's just saying calm it down to Dublin and Robbie James. Now, Rangers here could look for MacDonald and Wicks, the two tall men. MacDonald coming in. It's a corner, and he'll stay there now on the near post. Robbie James will curl this in, looking for a flick on from either Byrne or MacDonald, possibly. And MacDonald up with Nijveski. Fenwick! And it was Bannister who put it over the bar. MacDonald up at the near post. It dropped a bit for Fenwick, and it was Bannister who jabbed it over. Dawes. And Faraday breaking well away from Colin Lee. They've got 4 arriving in the centre, Rangers. Peels for handball. Against Lee. And there's MacDonald. He got away, possibly from Kerry Dixon, to get that header in. Fenwick curled the free kick across, and MacDonald turned that into almost a free header. Nevin, Bumstead. Free kick. Lee takes it. Bumstead's there, so was Rugby. Head tennis for a moment, and then Bannister got a lovely flick to find Faraday, and Rangers have got 4 breaking here. Bannister's in a good position. Robinson further over. Dublin's clearance. Here's Byrne. It's there. John Byrne puts Queen's Park Rangers in front after a superb counter-attack. Bannister played a brilliant ball across to the left. Faraday got away. It was played in. Keith Dublin didn't get his clearance properly, and John Byrne, from the edge of the penalty area, planted that shot wide of Nijveski, who didn't move. 12 minutes gone. Queen's Park Rangers 1, Chelsea 0. And what a cup tie we appear to have here. Here's Speedy. Back again to Lee. It was Nevin who was fouled by Dawes. So Chelsea have the free kick. It's going to come to Spackman. Wicks was in the way. Spackman again. Offside. Referee was well placed to see it, actually. Spackman knocked it back in, but a couple of Chelsea players were beyond the last defender. Dublin's header. It's Bannister with Pates. Murphy. Play on to the referee. Robinson inside to Bannister. Dublin. Looking again for the front men, but McDonald was there. Speedy's touch. And Fenwick pushing with Bumstead, but this is Byrne. And Faraday, they're really trying to use his pace, Queen's Park Rangers. They've got him in that wide left position, and he's so fast, it's a real full-time job for Colin Lee. Speedy. Oh, well played. Nevin. Looking for Speedy again. Chance for Chelsea. Pull back, and a corner. McDonald and Fenwick having to cover, because Speedy got round the back. So Lee and Rugby on their way forward again to go into the 6-yard box as Jerry Murphy prepares to take the corner for Chelsea. And there is Rugby and Lee, and it's Nevin. Chelsea are level, and Nevin forces it over the line to equalise after 25 minutes. The corner swung in from the right by Jerry Murphy. Rugby the first man to go in. Lee was behind him, but from almost on the line, Nevin forced in the equaliser. After 25 minutes. Bannister. So 1-1, and Chelsea back in it. And there's Rugby in there again. Dublin. Last minute of the first half, this is Byrne for Queen's Park Rangers. Fenwick. And now Robinson. Bannister's in there, here's Byrne. And a corner. James to take it. And Wicks with the header down. There he is again. They're appealing for handball, nothing given. It's a good ball by Fenwick. And a good cross too, and turned away by Rugby. Fenwick, who put Warren Neal in down the right, a good deep cross, and Rugby got it out for a corner. Stoppage time at the end of the first half. And Lee making a rather better clearance crack than he deserved there. He's trying to turn it out for a corner initially, I'm sure. And still free. And half-time in this rip-roaring London Derby Milk Cup quarter-final, which got off to a flying start. Queen's Park Rangers taking the lead after 12 minutes through John Byrne, and Chelsea equalising after 25 through Pat Nevin. 1-1 at half-time. It's quite a lucrative competition now, the Milk Cup. It won't be that, of course, the Milk Cup after this season. It'll be the Littlewoods Cup, but under the present sponsorship, the winners receive £72,000, and even the beaten sides in this round in the quarter-final receive £18,000 each. So there's plenty to play for here, as well as prestige between these two West London rivals. Chelsea now playing from left to right in the second half. Speedy. Murphy. And good running by Bumstead. And only half saved by Barron. Speedy couldn't follow in. Barron coming out to meet the twin threat of Bumstead and Dixon. He got to the ball but didn't claim it, and neither did Speedy. Oh, mistake by Pates, and Bannister with a great chance for Rangers, which he's missed. And you'd normally back Bannister in that position. What a let-off for Chelsea. Colin Pates completely misjudged the bounce of the ball on this less than familiar surface for him. It went right underneath his foot, and Bannister was clean through. Nijbeski narrowed the angle, Bannister shot wide. Just how much will Rangers regret that? There haven't been many clear-cut opportunities of that nature, and that could be a costly miss by their top scorer. Neal. And Burns flick, and Bannister closing again, and Colin Lee this time to make a timely interception. Lee was the saviour there. Byrne releasing Bannister, and this time he wasn't allowed to shoot. Corner to Rangers. And MacDonald. Wicks gets a foot in. Well played by Nevin. This is Speedy. Spackman down the centre, but he's a long way off. Robinson. Oh, Dublin got away with that. Good ball by Spackman, looking for Murphy. Well, it's a well-balanced match, this. A couple of Chelsea defensive errors. I don't know whether you put either of them down to the surface. We don't hear quite so much these days about the difference between this pitch and others, but it's sometimes harder for teams who only play on it once a season, or twice maybe. Here's Pates, whose mistake went unpunished. Offside. Chelsea did in fact have quite a long training session on the surface yesterday. That's Dublin. This is Faraday. Nice ball by Murphy. And Dixon almost got there. There were three to stop him, two defenders and the goalkeeper. And now Fenwick on the break for Rangers. That was a brilliant through ball by Jerry Murphy that absolutely split the Rangers' ranks, and Kerry Dixon had it all to do even then, because there were two defenders closing, the goalkeeper coming out, and even then he wasn't far off forcing it through them. Long ball by Neil, and here's Byrne. Back to Robinson. Bannister! Good effort on the volley. Oh, it's an awkward bounce, and Speedy even then might have made it. Goodness me, Barron was just about caught out there, but got away with it. The corner's been quickly taken, and away by McDonald. Well, it just goes to show on this surface that the bounce can even confuse players who are used to it. Goodness knows where Barron would have put himself had that gone in. Even then, he might have been overtaken by Speedy. Well, there's Jim Smith in the raincoat on the Rangers bench on the left there. Feet were a little high on that occasion from Jerry Murphy, which he acknowledges. So it's Wicks with the free kick for Rangers. Robinson is coming in from the far side. This is James. Dublin only as far as Neil, and Bannister's up here. Well, Rangers, knowing that as the home side, they would have to try and settle this first time, this cup tie. And that's easy for Niedzwiecki. Wicks, a good, powerful header. Byrne and Rugby. Mistake by Rugby. This is Byrne. Bannister's in the penalty area. It's still Byrne. And it's still Byrne. And, oh, Niedzwiecki didn't save properly, and Dublin scrambled it away. What a strange incident. Byrne beat Rugby in the first place and then beat two more. It wasn't a very good shot. Niedzwiecki still didn't hold it, and Dublin got the ball clear. Wicks still up there. This is Faraday. Now Fenwick. McDonald forward for Rangers. 20 minutes to go, and the Chelsea goal in this second half has had two remarkable escapes. The first from Bannister when he shot wide, and then from John Byrne, who, having done the harder part, should surely have had a better shot. Here's Byrne again. James. That's safe. Well, Rangers now beginning to pepper the Chelsea goal, as though they sense that a a replay here would obviously sway the tie in Chelsea's favour. Well, the match has lost a little bit of cohesion for the moment. It's almost too frantic. Forward by Bumstead. Max McDonald. Bannister, Fenwick in the attack. Faraday! Nice snapshot. Dawes. No lead for Chelsea, but here's Fenwick. Neil. Dublin, that's not a bad ball at all. Given away a bit by Neil in the first instance, and it's got Rangers wrong-footed. Nevin and Kerry Dixon, surely! Flag's up. Flag is up on the far side. Won't be given. Quarter of an hour left. And the linesman wants to speak to the referee, and the linesman still isn't happy with what the referee's given. I suspect Mr. Schapter must have assumed the flag was for offside, but was it? The linesman may have flagged for an earlier foul there. The referee had already played on. Dixon put the ball in the net. I assume he thought it was for offside, the referee, when the flag went up. And now he's got to come back and explain exactly what's been going on. So, Kerry Dixon thought he was on to his 22nd goal of the season. He finished it well enough, but the flag for offside ruled the goal out. John Hollins has come down to the touchline during the second half, and he's been standing there for quite some time, right next to the Rangers bench. Fenwick. And Byrne. Dawes. Well worth a try by Dawes. A right-footed player, foremost, but playing left back from that position, ideally placed perhaps to try and curl one like that. And the crowd, who've played their part to the full tonight, bringing this cup tie to a fine finish. Through by Speedy, and Dixon's lurking, and he's gone past the keeper. Oh, goodness me, it would have been an impossible shot almost to have got it in from there. The angle was so tight, but Dixon, so eager, he got away from the goalkeeper and was prepared to try what would have been a spectacular winning goal. We're in stoppage time, and indeed that effort from Kerry Dixon is the last action in this hugely enjoyable Milk Cup quarter-final, in which Chelsea have forced a replay against their West London neighbours, which will take place at Stamford Bridge. Chances at both ends in the second half, the best of which fell to Bannister, but in the end they go back to Stamford Bridge on the 5th of February, with a final score here at Queen's Park: Rangers 1, Chelsea 1.
Ronnie Whelan with Liverpool's throw. 5 minutes of the game gone in this fourth round FA Cup tie. No score. Walsh on the turn, but an easy collect for Niedzwiecki. Lee playing it in to Speedy. Nice jump there by Lawrence and putting Whelan in the free. And now Rush has got past Dublin. He's got Walsh in there as well. Good save by Niedzwiecki, and he gets it back from Dublin. But the pace and the awareness of goal of Ian Rush were there to be seen. He got clear of young Keith Dublin, gathered up the ball there. And the turn and the strike on target. Nevin then. Rugby's gone on the far side. Cannaville with a little touch, but it was a miscue. Pates' header. Dublin. Lee, a flick on and an offside, and he was by Speedy. No doubt about it, he was offside. Oh, I think the little Scott's gone wheeling away, but in his heart he knows.
Well, I did say to you, Brian, that will happen right throughout the game. He's terrific, and in fact, he reminds me very much of Jimmy Greaves in that respect. We always had to worry about Greavesy, and you see that, how he's just offside and no more.
Johnston then with the throw for Liverpool. Nicol with the shot. And a goal kick for Chelsea. Time for Dublin to make the back pass if he wants one, a good one, but he changes his mind. And then loses possession to Craig Johnston, who's got Walsh waiting in the middle, and Whelan coming up fast, and Rush is poised as well, and Dublin makes the clearance, and it was he who suddenly put his side in trouble, allowing himself to be dispossessed in that way. Now Spackman. Speedy had fallen offside again, but the referee allowed the game to go on, and here are Liverpool now with Jim Beglin, with Alan Hansen outside him. Here's the Liverpool skipper, and they're lining up in the middle. Ronnie Whelan's there too. His shot, and Niedzwiecki down well.
Well, that's the first time really in the game so far, Brian, that Liverpool have got somebody forward from the back. Alan Hansen being the man involved there. And the difference it makes is amazing. You know, all of a sudden, you've got the extra red shirts up there.
Still with 10 men, Chelsea, with Kerry Dixon off. Substituted by Cannaville, and now without Colin Lee. Walsh for Liverpool. Faced by Bumstead. No penalty. To the vast relief of Chelsea fans. And Walsh is okay. Bumstead. Chelsea in many ways, I suppose, just happy now to play out time to the interval and then start organising themselves in the break as to way the 10 men have got to come out and fight this battle in the second half. But Speedy there, and Grobbelaar got behind it well. You fancy another yard or so on Speedy, and that would have finished in the back of the net.
He's having a super game, little Speedy. You know, he's been causing Liverpool all sorts of problems.
Molby. So 2 minutes of time added on for injuries. Beglin. Molby. Lawrenson with a chance, and Rush possibly with a chance, and Liverpool right on the last stroke of half-time have got into the lead. His 19th of the season for Ian Rush. Ian St John.
A demoralising blow really for Chelsea when you think about it. Rushy was in at the beginning, Mark Lawrence charged forward. There was a deflection, it hit Rush again, and he followed up brilliantly to turn it in. But you've got to feel sorry for Chelsea after that one. Right on the stroke of half-time, and they lose a goal.
Murphy. So what a fight then for the men in blue. Down to 10 men, now the goal down. Coming right at half-time. Now Johnston. There's some talk about Craig Johnston coming to Chelsea early on in the season. And of course, he's got a little baby daughter that he's called Chelsea. There he is, the number 8 again. Nothing to do with Chelsea Football Club, he says, though. Nicol. Walsh. Lawrenson! Beneath Nishweki, and it's number 2 for Liverpool. I doubt if Nishweki has made a mistake like that all season. Went right under his body, and Chelsea could well be right out of the hunt now. Lawrenson pounding in, and the ball hitting the back of the net.
Well, it was good football by Liverpool. It was a nice little build-up, and a good ball by Paul Walsh here. Look at that little side foot pass, and really you can't blame the goalkeeper. He was so close to near Lawrenson.
Played in there beautifully by Nicol. What a delightful ball that was by Walsh for Lawrenson. 2-0. Mulvey. Chance really now for Liverpool to put on the style. Lawrenson. Whelan from a long way out. Goal kick. Hansen. Nicol. Rush just onside. Walsh waiting in the middle. Johnston coming up fast behind, but is still with Rush. Charged down by Pates, and Liverpool get another corner.
Pates has had a very good game, hasn't he, Brian? You know, he must have impressed Bobby Robson today. He's played very, very well against Rush and Walsh.
Seems to have been around this Chelsea scene for quite a while, Colin Pates, but he's still only 24. Well, he's a skipper with a big skipper's job to do, as Johnston now takes the corner for Liverpool. A deeper one, this one, and no marking there, and Gillespie's header goes back, he thought, off Murphy for another corner. Mulvey with the free kick. Lawrenson, and straight into the arms of Nishweki. Their determination is pushing them forward all the time, and if they could just get through once and lifted by the crowd, who knows? Rugby looking for this one, and Speedy, and they've got it! Chelsea could be back in it! David Speedy the goal! Now what? Who knows? With more than 25 minutes left, as Nevin floats it in. Robillard didn't get there with a punch. Turned back superbly by David Speedy. Ian St John.
If anybody deserved a goal, it is little David Speedy today. Grobler came out, didn't get it at all, found himself off his line, and well taken by Speedy.
And they must feel what they can do once through David Speedy. Maybe they can do it again. Keith Dublin with a long free kick. Rugby going up for all these set pieces. Rugby again. My goodness, he nearly knocked the head off Ronnie Whelan with that shot. Rugby again. And the whistle's gone. You wouldn't hear it in this noise. And it'll be another free kick to Chelsea. Just listen to this crowd now. Nevin floated towards Rugby, and Robillard grabbing it. Oh, the 33,000 crowd are really enjoying this one now. Lawrence Johansson putting in there for Walsh. Saved well by Nijveski. Stood up big and saved it well from little Paul Walsh. Now the battle comes to the other end again. Spackman. A shove on Speedy, a free kick. Alan Hansen, the Liverpool skipper, the guilty man. The free kick already taken. And Craig Johnston over the top. So they're looking for like the old days of Ian Hutchinson, with those long throws of his from that sort of area were as good as a corner.
Yeah, you could launch him right into the near post and beyond it.
Cannaville with the cross. Bumstead getting up well. Speedy! Oh, off the legs of Grobbelaar and Chelsea. And this young man knows better than anybody how close Chelsea were then to that equaliser. In fairness, I don't think Bruce Grobbelaar knew a great deal about it. Came off his legs and behind for this corner. Nicol getting it away. About 7 minutes remaining. Pates driving forward again. Speedy again trying to get in there.
Well, finding a replacement for as prolific a goal scorer as Kerry Dixon isn't easy, and John Hollins has decided to bring in Kevin McAllister, the young Scot from Falkirk. He'll presumably play out wide with Pat Nevin alongside David Speedy down the middle, but Hollins very cagey beforehand, giving nothing away. You'll have to wait and see, he says. Well, Darren Wood replaces the injured Colin Lee at right back, and Mike Hazard returns to first team duty as the Chelsea substitute. It was certainly a well-balanced tie at Loftus Road a week ago, but just as Chelsea will obviously miss Dixon, how I wonder will Rangers fare without the bite of their captain Terry Fenwick in midfield. Fenwick suspended tonight. He, of course, was on duty instead with England today, so former Chelsea player Mike Fillery comes into the side with Martin Allen, the Rangers substitute. Tonight's referee, Alan Gunn from Burgess Hill in Sussex. A semi-final against Liverpool then awaits the winners here tonight. A great atmosphere at Stamford Bridge, and certainly if this game is as exciting as the first one a week ago, well, I don't think there'll be too many complaints from what looks to be another big crowd here at Chelsea. Cold evening here in London. Not raining at the moment, although there's quite a lot of rain on the pitch, and there has been over the past couple of days, and it may well be rather greasy later on. It's Colin Pates, the Chelsea captain, who had a quite outstanding match against Liverpool on Sunday. Eddie Nijveski, the Chelsea goalkeeper. Bannister with Rugby. Well, they call him a gentle giant. I think Bannister felt the full impact of that challenge. Doug Rugby, in fact, on the transfer list at Chelsea. And it'll be Steve Wicks with the free kick for Queen's Park Rangers. Jim Smith, the Rangers manager, was saying beforehand he certainly doesn't feel this tie is lost, though the advantage may have swung towards Chelsea. There's Byrne! Clearly a dangerous man. It's John Byrne, who has been in excellent form for Rangers. And he drove that one only just wide. Here's Nevin. Spackman did well, used the space intelligently too. It's Darren Wood. And Chelsea finding their men well here. Murphy. All came to nothing at first, but no, here's McAllister now. And the shot wasn't far away. And young Kevin McAllister has certainly made an impact here. His only goal so far this season was against West Bromwich Albion in the Full Members' Cup. Dawes, who got himself in trouble there. McAllister had the confidence to go all the way. Murphy. Now then for Wood. Again, it all comes to nothing. And Chelsea, for all their pace, really haven't managed to find too many ways past this Rangers back line. Well marshalled by Steve Wicks. His career, of course, began at Chelsea as an apprentice some 12 years ago. Robinson's header. Bannister going in, and Byrne, good save by the goalkeeper. Chelsea get it away with Murphy. But Bannister very nearly gave Rangers the lead. Neil, and Rangers will take heart from that. Is Fillery. Now then for James. This is promising. Here's Bannister. Nijveski had to get down well. But twice there in the space of a minute or so, Gary Bannister is close to scoring. Good shot there, and Nijveski having to get down quickly. Spackman. It's a fierce contest in midfield. Robinson coming away with it now for Rangers. Looking to show his strength. But Bumstead in with the tackle. Robinson looking there for Wicks. This is Byrne. Now can he turn here? Oof. Away for the corner in the end, but Nijveski was stranded. A lovely chip across then by Byrne. The Rangers have certainly created some chances in the last few minutes or so, just beyond the post there, and away for the corner, off Wood. McDonald and Wicks have again taken up their positions on the near post. The flag's up on the far side. Steve Wicks making his presence felt in the opponent's penalty area as well as his own. Still no goals, but plenty of passion here at Stamford Bridge. Rangers throw. This their last hope of success this season, having been knocked out of the FA Cup by Carlisle and 15th in the First Division. Chelsea, of course, also out of the FA Cup, but very much in contention for the League Championship. Away by McDonald. But here's Dublin. Rather wasted. Now into time added on for stoppages in this first half. Bannister. Fillery. Managed to evade one tackle and then found James. The Rangers have got players forward here. James straight to Dublin. There goes the half-time whistle. Plenty of hustle and bustle, and little really to choose between the two sides at the end of an eagerly contested first half. Chances for both sides, but at half-time it's Chelsea 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. Second half, and no doubt encouraged by their record here at Stamford Bridge. They've scored at home in every game bar one this season, and that was in the full Members' Cup against Oxford. But I'm sure that Jim Smith's message to his players will have been, well, keep plugging away. You can certainly win this one yet. Free kick to Queen's Park Rangers, who came out very eagerly for the second half. We're out before Chelsea. And here's Faraday, who hasn't had too many opportunities to show his pace down the flanks for Rangers. They've been looking to get him away, but they haven't found that too easy. And Darren Wood has kept a pretty tight rein on it. This is James. Good effort by James. Just kept plowing on and on then. No one could get a tackle in. And James fired in the shot, which Nedvesky had to get right behind. And the substitution has been made for Queen's Park Rangers. Martin Allen has come on. And it's John Bird who's gone off. Nevin. Time though for McDonald. Long hoisted clearance. Now here's Dawes. McAllister. Oh, held back by Dawes. That will have to be a caution. Now players angrily pulling Speedy away, who went to challenge the Rangers player Ian Dawes. Speedy there, not losing his temper, but certainly it was Dawes who committed the first offence. Getting a ticking off from Alan Gunn. And his name will have to go in the notebook. So booking for Ian Dawes and David Speedy. Once again, this wasn't able to accept the decision. He had to contest what had happened. And he has a habit of doing that rather too often, and it does get him into trouble with referees. Speedy! He couldn't direct his header onto goal. If he could have done, that surely would have squeezed it. Little chip there by Nevin, flicked into the path of Speedy, and he headed it wide. But a chance certainly for David Speedy. This is Dublin. Shot driven in. That was from Spackman. Rangers just happy to get the ball away anywhere at the moment. Speedy. Glorious turn. And McDonald stuck to it to deny Pat Nevin. The Chelsea players protesting, they felt it should have been a penalty. The referee decides it was a fair challenge by McDonald there on Nevin. No penalty. Nevin then with the corner. Rugby was dancing around on the edge of the 6-yard area. McAllister settles for the throw, which Darren Wood will take. Speedy just found a little bit of space for himself there. And here's Speedy now. Again, it was too long. Spackman. Speedy. And the flag was up anyway. Quite clearly offside. Again, protest from David Speedy. But the linesman was adamant. And he wouldn't have counted anyway. That's the first effort there from Speedy. Rugby kept it in. And it was Spackman then who chipped it through, and Speedy was offside. Quite clearly so too. Well, it's all fast and furious, but will there be, I wonder, a goal? The prospect of extra time ever increasing. A quarter of an hour to go in normal time. And then if they still can't settle it, well, we're into extra time. Wicks. Here's James. Now Bannister. Fillery has Faraday outside him. Fillery, nice turn of speed. There's Allen with the header. Now Fillery. Anxious moments here in the Chelsea defence. And then a lunging tackle by Fillery. Foul on McAllister. And that will earn him a reprimand and a booking too. Fillery with a nice change of direction. Allen got up well there. It all came to nothing. And eventually the foul by Fillery, which means he's also gone into the referee's notebook. McAllister. Now, can Chelsea clinch it here? No. Speedy has put it in, but the flag was up long before Speedy turned it in. His frustration clearly showing there, but the flag was up. As the ball was played through, came off doors there. Now McAllister goes on, and the flag must have been up by now. Speedy went on to finish. You can see the referee blowing the whistle there before Speedy put it in. What frustration and disappointment for David Speedy. We're into injury time. Dawes with McAllister. And it was Dawes who came out on top. Dumpston. Nevin's gone through the middle. Here's Nevin now. Good tackle by Neil. Fine piece of defensive play then by Warren Neal. This is Pates. I think anywhere will do just at the moment. Neither side will want to give it away now. James. Ball still James. Dublin couldn't direct it back, and it's a corner in the dying seconds of this cup tie. At least as far as normal time is concerned. The referee has had a good glance at the watch. Smile from Alan Gunn. He said he was looking forward to this beforehand. I think he's got another 30 minutes to look forward to. Unless Rangers, can they win it now? Drama here. Fillery. Couldn't get his shot in. We've had 2 minutes of injury time. And there goes the whistle for the end of 90 minutes. And the battle isn't over yet. Neither side then has found a way through. David Speedy thought he'd done it with a goal that was disallowed just a couple of minutes from the end there. But there it is. It's Chelsea 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0, and we're into extra time. So where we go then with extra time. Chelsea have brought their substitute Mike Hazard on, just checking to see who's gone off. Speedy goes racing away down the flank. I certainly wouldn't dream of taking David Speedy off. Nevin, Speedy again. Oh, the whistle had gone, I think, on the referee anyway. It's Keith Dublin, the player who's gone off. So they've taken off Keith Dublin, their fullback. Just have a look at this again as Nevin just tapped the ball back to Speedy there. I think the flag may well have been up for offside. Yes, there it is. And you begin to wonder if they can settle this tonight, or if perhaps they'll have to meet again for a third time. It's Faraday. James knocking it back in. Nijveski just holding on to it. Robinson shot. James, who headed it back in then. Brookby away. Nijveski just holding on to it. So, an hour and 3/4, and still it remains at Chelsea 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. Off go Chelsea then. Nevin trying to get Speedy, and he wanted over the top really then. Murphy. Away by Neil. Here's Hazard. Just might be the man to swing this match, Hazard. Having come on as substitute. He certainly have fresher legs, and he has a lot of talent too. McAllister. He fell over there almost exhausted. And here's Murphy. Nevin made the decoy run away to the left. Bumstead shot charged down. Here's McAllister. Now then for Wood. McAllister, this is promising. Linesman's waving on the far side. The referee acknowledges that he saw the flag. But Chelsea go on with the throw. Hazard. Switching the play to Murphy. Here's Hazard. Now can he go through the middle here? Still Hazard. Good close control. Blocked there by Dawes. And a rather tired clearance then from Bannister. Speedy. This is Hazard. Again, he's using the space for Murphy. And quickly closed down by Martin Allen. Now Nevin. Flags up again. Speedy couldn't put it in anyway, but certainly offside there. And even David Speedy didn't contest that one. Faraday, it's Robinson. Hazard and Bumstead, the two Chelsea players there. This is Hazard. Not quite what he intended. Rangers will throw their big defenders forward. McDonald and Wicks. McDonald's on the goal line. Wicks just arriving in the penalty area now. Watched by Rugby. Another corner, which Robbie James will again take. That's nice to see, even in the heat of the battle. two big men together can afford a smile. I'm sure they're really enjoying themselves in this fierce cup play, and there's the goal. It's McDonald has got the goal, and I was saying how much the players were enjoying it, and no one's enjoying it more now than Alan McDonald, whose goal has given Queen's Park Rangers the lead here. James with the corner, and it was McDonald who got up highest. And Queen's Park Rangers at last have taken the lead. It's Chelsea 0, Rangers 1. Chelsea coming straight back. It isn't over yet. It's Nevin. Well, it was Allen who got back there to defend. About 4 minutes into the second period of extra time. And Alan McDonald, who doesn't score all that often, will make that his first of the season. What an important goal it could be. Here's Speedy, all given away. The Rangers at the moment will be feeling 10 feet tall. You can see Jim Smith leaning out of the bench, out of the dugout over on the far side. Robinson now has discarded his shin pads. But I'll tell you this, he won't leave the field. Just about 7 minutes now to go. And there's Robinson, still prepared to chase. And he'll chase anything and everyone now. And towards Hazard. Speedy! Oh, what a save! Speedy denied. A sheer reflex save then from Barrett. And I wonder if that save now has taken Rangers through to the semi-final. Hazard with a corner. What excitement here now. David Speedy was so near then. Brilliant save by Paul Barrett. Away by McDonald, the goal scorer. What anxious moments here for the Rangers bench, and their manager Jim Smith there. Bannister limping too, and isn't too worried about giving it away as Niedzwiecki joins in the attack. Robinson, the flag's up. Although the Rangers players think it's a goal. And a quite remarkable goal it would have been too. There are protests from all the players, and there's total confusion here. Now what has he given? Now has he given the goal? I think he's given the goal. There's complete confusion here. Niedzwiecki gave it straight to Robinson, who from just inside the half put the ball in, and the goal stands. The linesman was flagging. The goal stands. A quite astonishing goal from Robinson. It's 2-0, it's surely over now. The extra time is almost up anyway. And Michael Robinson, who can barely walk, such as his problem with cramp at the moment, has scored the second goal. It's Chelsea 2, Chelsea 0, Queen's Park Rangers 2. And the crowd, like all of us, I think, just trying to take all this in. Drama and controversy here at Stamford Bridge. Speedy diving in. It's all over. And Queen's Park Rangers are through to the semi-finals of the Milk Cup. Alan McDonald with the first goal. And then the bizarre second goal that made it certain from Michael Robinson. And what disappointment for Chelsea. Knocked out of 2 cup competitions in 4 days. As Queen's Park Rangers, their West London rivals, go on then now to beat Liverpool. The Rangers players celebrating out on the field. And there it is, the final score after extra time. Michael Robinson, the hero. It's Chelsea 0, Queen's Park Rangers.
Rugby's header, and planted forward by Van den Hauwe. Mountfield will need a second bite at it. And kept the ball in play with the help of Gary Stevens. McLaughlin giving himself sensibly a couple of yards to compensate for the explosion of pace from Lineker. Here is Lineker. Sheeny. It's a fervent start to the match. But we still await for the first goal with 11 minutes gone. And Speedy caught Van den Hauwe that time, and the shot and the goal from Gerry Murphy. So Chelsea off to a flyer against Everton again for the 4th time this season. And Murphy's trusty left foot did the trick. After Speedy had jumped with Van den Hauwe, Dixon caused some confusion. It broke perfectly for Murphy.
I would think Howard Kendall may be a little bit annoyed at the tackling there as far as the Everton defenders were concerned, Martin. You know, weak challenge that went in there by both Mountfield and Stevens allowed the ball to run free to Gerry Murphy. You see that here. He just brushes aside Mountfield there, a pure tackle by Stevens, and there's Murphy with a sweet shot.
So Gerry Murphy picked up on a free transfer from Crystal Palace, John Hollins' first signing, making a very useful contribution here at Goodison Park. And Ian, Chelsea have got their support here in force.
Yes, they have. And I mean, I was here at the Milk Cup game in December when Chelsea beat them 2-1. And again, you know, the Everton fans that were telling me that they believe that Chelsea are the best side to come here this year. So that's saying something, really. And I must say that night, Kenny Dixon scored a marvellous goal. And, you know, he'll give them problems again today. And to be a goal up at this stage of the game, great confidence booster for Chelsea.
It's Murphy's 3rd goal of the season. Everton do have a marvellous goal-scoring record on this ground. You have to go back almost 2 years to find the last occasion that they failed to score in a league game here. Speedy offside again. Have taken the free kick quickly.
Peter Shilton makes his 750th league appearance. His debut for Leicester City back in season 65-66. By contrast, in the opposition goal, Steve Francis gets his first game of the season on a ground where his career was launched as a 17-year-old back in October 1981. The lineup in front of Francis shows one change, the absence of Gerry Murphy, who has a number of injuries. Kevin McAllister deputises. Southampton welcome back Joe Jordan. He hasn't played for the first team since October, since which time he's had a cartilage operation. But they lose Mark Wright because of injury. Mark Whitlock comes in his place, and although Danny Wallace is now fit, he can do no better than take the number 12 shirt. The referee this afternoon is one of the Welshmen on the FIFA list, Keith Cooper from Pontypridd. For different reasons, both teams may have Wembley in the back of their minds, but both managers will surely have urged them before the kick-off to forget all about that. Chelsea in 4th place, 7 points adrift now with just 2 games in hand on the leaders. Dixon and Bond battling. Mark Wickloff's back pass. A good example of the attacker getting his body in front of the defender in order to shield the ball. Steve Moran. Jordan, nicely timed. Mark Dennis. Lawrence coming across. And McLaughlin a little lucky that didn't fall to Cockerell. Holmes, worth a try. Got caught in 2 minds. Perfectly capable of having a shot from that sort of range. We've seen it in the past, but he was looking for the chip for somebody going forward, I think. Spackman. McAllister. There's a bit of a gap there. Holmes came to him to close it down. First time he's been able to cut inside. This is Rugby. 5 Chelsea players in the middle. Dennis. That's a good try, and it's in. I think it got a deflection. No, an offside decision has been given against Kerry Dixon, so McAllister's effort will not count. The ball was deflected, and Kerry Dixon was standing in an offside position. He's a bit unlucky, Kevin McAllister, but what would have been his 2nd goal of the season, rubbed out for offside. Lawrence, oh dear. Referee just has a quick look, allows the free kick to be taken. And Wood has to put it out for a corner, with Armstrong coming in behind. Speedy takes the near post, McAllister takes the far. Dennis. Chance for a shot from Lawrence. And Cockerell strided over the ball. What he couldn't tell, but what our cameras clearly picked up, was the fact that if he'd have flicked at it with his right foot, it could have caused a lot of problems for Steve Francis. Whitlock. Work for Lawrence. Oh, but not for Moran. He's a bit lucky. It's a second chance. Oh, good confidence to meet it on the full. Not sure there wasn't a foul by Lawrence at the start of that move, but the bounces favoured Southampton, and it was a good attempt at a finish by Steve Moran. Nod down came from Rugby. On by Jordan. Pates is committed, and committed well. Kevin Bond making his way into the area. Cockerell has pulled out on the edge of it. Strong ball by Mark Dennis. No challenge on Lawrence, and here's Bond. And McLaughlin, fine save by Francis. Came off the centre half. And Francis got down very sharply indeed to turn it round the post. But it was significant in that attack that Kevin Bond was picked up at no stage, and it was he who got the header across the face of the goal. that caused the problems for McLaughlin and then for Francis. Forrest, slight lack of concentration, but neat turn. Moran. Well, he was certainly lucky, Joe McLaughlin. Spackman. Oh, beautifully done. Lovely sway of the hips, one way and then the other. Pity the cross didn't match it. The cross really was played a little too early. Beautifully poised, though, at the start of that, Pat Nevin. Away by Cockrell, got a touch off Nevin. Dixon. Woods. Dixon was poised. Cockrell. And we reach half-time with a blank score sheet. But Chelsea players have come nearest to scoring. So half-time, 0-0. So intense is the battle at the top that really a draw here would not be good enough for Chelsea. So close to winning at Everton last Sunday and then held in midweek by QPR. They need all 3 points here past Peter Shilton. Forrest. Moran offside. And the number of offside decisions are becoming, in truth, a bit of a bore. And we've had an hour, 2/3 of the match, without a goal. McAllister, it's outside the area. Interesting to see whether he sees that as obstruction. Just an academic point as whether it matters that it was outside the area. Nevin on the ball. And it's Colin Pates who hits it, and it's deflected. And Chelsea have the lead. 62nd minute, and not an earthly that Peter Shilton can do about that. Not very happy, the England goalkeeper. The shot by Pates deflected, and it went in like a rocket. Hancock gets away with a bit of a charge. Free kick for offside. Just a touch of the free kick to Colin Pates, and he struck it well, but Mark Whitlock stuck out a leg, and that was enough to take it past Peter Shilton. Bumstead. Pass and return. Ended by Whitlock at the expense of the corner. Bumstead. Spackman to set himself, wasn't given too much time. Shilton looks at the ground. Is that a spot I see before me? Spackman. Nevin. Time to pick somebody out. Dixon far post, Speedy in the middle. Wood. No question that Chelsea have looked the better side and controlled the match since going ahead, and maybe since slightly earlier than that. Free kick against Kevin Bond. And he reacted quite strongly against the referee. Bumstead, the injured player. Southampton are going to make their substitution. Kent University popular that George Lawrence is off, but the home crowd happy to see Danny Wallace on. Nevin, Speedy. Oh dear, oh dear. Dixon didn't actually make a challenge for the ball then, which seemed a little surprising. Forceful on his feet. Nickel in the centre there. Cockrell, Speedy, making every defender work. And I think workmanlike is a good description of Chelsea's performance. Spackman feeding the right shoulder. Armstrong, Wallace! Grabbed late, but successfully. Just for a moment then, Wallace seemed to have a yawning goal. Cockrell, route to goal was blocked by Speedy, and the route to the back pass, that is. And the one goal decides. Chelsea have the spoils through the goal from the free kick, scored by Colin Pates, which took a deflection off the wall and gave Peter Shilton not an earthly. Very much a B feature, but Chelsea stay on course for the main event, the contest for the championship.
Bay and McNabb. Last time, the nerves of almost settled. Away by McCarthy though, and a nice turn from Andy May, who's made a good start to this game. Twice worked himself into good positions. Kinsey has made a run down the right. Lillis, that could be a handball against Rugby. Yeah, the full-back thought the ball had struck him rather than he used the hand deliberately. Mr. Saunders was close to the action. The free kick given. McNabb will chip it forward, and it's away by McLaughlin, and that's going to be yet another corner for Manchester City. Quickly in, and some confusion in defence, and a goal! A goal for Manchester City! The final touch was by Steve Kinsey. Just 9 minutes gone, Manchester City from their third corner take the lead, and the Chelsea defence was caught there. The ball driven in hard and low, and it was Steve Kinsey who got the important touch. Only his second goal of the season. So such an important one, and here he is again. That will encourage Kinsey no end. Lillis is here inside the area, back by Pates, trying to work it around him. But it's Bumstead this time who concedes the fourth corner that Manchester City have won in the opening 10 minutes. Well, I wonder about the nerves now of the young Chelsea goalkeeper Steve Francis, who's been kept out of first team action by Eddie Ditsvishki for so long. Now his team are goal down as Wilson hits another one. This has been a very positive start by Manchester City. Chelsea, midway inside the Manchester City half, and really this the first opportunity they've had to put any pressure on the Manchester City defence, and Nixon getting in a bit of a muddle with his own defence, and here's Bumstead, and the ball drilled wide, but it did come off a Manchester City player, and there was certainly confusion there between Eric Nixon and his centre-back. So Pat Nevin will take Chelsea's first corner. Rugby getting his head to it. Chelsea now keeping forward in numbers. This is Speedy, planted by Wilson, so he'll have to play the ball back to Darren Wood. We've got plenty of men lining up on the edge of the area. One of them is Lee there. All confusion again. And they're racing away down the right-hand side. Asking Kinsey to do an awful lot though. Few of these players have had the experience of playing at Wembley before. This one certainly has the goalkeeper Eric Nixon in his first season of league football. And Wilson losing out there. So Chelsea with Wood. Now McAllister, who switched flanks, is noticeable since the start of the game with Pat Nevin. Two Scots, and here's McAllister doing particularly well and trying to get around Power. Nice to see a side playing with two wingers, as Chelsea do, with the little Scots, Pat Nevin and Kevin McAllister. There's another Scot, David Speedy. Bumstead is on the edge of the area. McCarthy, strong man of the City defence, getting that ball away, but a very strong challenge indeed by Colin Pates. Oh, and a lovely back header. Oh, and Speedy was coming in and made it so well, and Nixon goes down to make the save for Bumstead. Very intelligent play by both sides then, and there's more here as Nicky Reid canters forward in the outside right position. In the end, his run was worthless. Because Chelsea won it back, but now Clive Wilson has done the same for Manchester City. Andy May again, very much involved. The ball now eventually does get out to Nicky Reid. Now, but balls for Lillis inside the area. Sort of half-hearted appeals for a handball, I think, against Joe McLaughlin. For Lillis. Wood has come 30 yards there, and now eventually uses McAllister with a lot of red and black striped shirts in front of Kevin McAllister. Eventually leaves it for John Bumstead. A close passing game here at the moment by Chelsea. Eventually Wood drills it in and then only finds the head of McNown. McLaughlin sends it back. Nevin. He feels there for handball. A bit optimistic, I think. Speedy, though. Almost crowded out. Falls to Lee, and that is going to be a free kick. Neil McNabb suggesting that Lee took a dive. But referee Alan Saunders from Newcastle has been right by the action every time so far. Pat Nevin's there, and so is Spackman, and Nevin tries to work it through, and Lillis in the centre-half position, which is where he actually played in yesterday's game, gets it away. That's going to be pretty obvious. play by David Speedie. Appreciated by the crowd here. Rugby. Nevin, round on that side, throwing Tees Reed. Will now float his cross in, but it's a bit too flat. It's young Redmond who got it away, and that colossal ball from them now aimed at Kinsey, who can't find Reed, of all people, who's up there again. And he now gives away a free kick by catching McLaughlin on the ankle. Chelsea in all white today. They come forward with Nevin and now Spackman and now Lee. Rugby asks Nevin to do something a little bit more positive perhaps this time. The little winger drills it across and Speedie gets the equaliser. Well, there have to be question marks about the Manchester City defence there. There's a big row going on between Mick McCarthy and Eric Dixon. But as Pat Nevin floated that cross in, little David Speedie, who's only around about 5'8", climbed above the Manchester City defence, and his header rocketed into the roof of the Manchester City goal. So with 24 minutes gone, it's all square again. It's now Chelsea 1, Manchester City 1. Speedie. Ball again from Speedie to McAllister, and Manchester City under a little bit of pressure again here as Kevin McAllister tries to get to the byline and wins the corner off Clive Wilson. No shortage of corner kicks in this game. The latest will be taken by McAllister. Again prefers the right foot, and McCarthy comes racing out to get a good clearance, and now Kinsey has a bit of a chase on with Pates. McCarthy so commanding in the air, getting that ball away, but here's Lee outside the area. Spackman, Speedie leads again there. Good interplay, and now Speedie gets in another shot. There was a flag up for offside anyway against Spackman, so it wouldn't have counted. But some lovely interplay between the Chelsea forwards there. Speedie, good in the air again, and Wilson punched it in with a jab that came off the goalkeeper's legs. Spackman again, Lee, yes! Oh, he's delighted with it. Chelsea have come back from one down to take the lead, and Colin Lee, who's been playing most of the season as a full-back, celebrates his return as a striker in place of Kerry Dixon with the second Chelsea goal. Minutes gone, and we've got quite a spectacular game here. But watch this, Phillips, good shot, good positioning by Steve Francis. Well worth remembering that Chelsea goal all started from Darren Wood in the right-back position. Spackman had been very involved, Bumstead getting in a shot, and when it came back up Nixon's legs, Spackman drove it in, and there was Lee. And now McAllister might get a third one for Chelsea. He's there again. Nixon surely should win this. Off the line. Well, the young Manchester City goalkeeper is under a lot of pressure here at the moment. He's been beaten twice in the space of 12 minutes. And Chelsea are flooding forward now. Some lovely interplay between the Chelsea players. They're really finding their men very easily at the moment. Speedy. This time the ball isn't worked through to Nevin. Easily cut out by McLaughlin. This time. High kicking right. He apologises to Neil McNabb for his indiscretion. If Manchester City were to score now, it really would set up a real second half cliffhanger. Chelsea. Carthy takes the free. On by May. Andy May for Manchester City. How outside him this time. Using all his skill to work the ball through there to David Phillips and then take the return, and they've done well to keep possession, the two of them there. And McNabb eventually gets in a shot himself. A couple of feet too high. But he's had a marvellous season, Neil McNabb, and showing all his array of talent there. And Manchester City, a goal down, having been a goal up, come forward with McNabb, who's been the most influential player, and Kinsey tripped. No, says the referee. Well, that must be a controversial decision, because there was no doubt that Steve Kinsey was going outside the defender. His legs were taken away from him. But referee Alan Saunders very quickly indicated that he didn't think it was worth a penalty. So inside the first minute of the second half, those claims are waved away, and Manchester City have a corner instead. Now takes, and Lee gets away. Missed inside the area, so Lillis turns and it's just scrambled back by Hawkey with Kevin McAllister. pace, and so is Speedy, and that's good defensive play by Nicky Reid. Get between the two of them. Here is Speedy, scorer of the first Chelsea goal. Lovely ball, great vision there to see Pat Nevin in that position. Now Nevin can't get past Reid, to work the ball inside and then loses it. Reid did exceptionally well there to stick with Pat Nevin. Speedy making room to receive that throw from Rugby. The emphasis of the attack switched to the right. There's Lee down the middle. Now Phillips. They inside right position, and Phillips are trying to make a run. And here is Andy May, who didn't quite get the shot on it. Good ball for Spackman just outside the area. Then Nevin, and on the far side there is McAllister. The header down for Lee, takes it on the chest. McAllister does similarly, but the whistle is gone. But the free kick has been given against John Bumstead. So everybody coming up for this free kick, which McNabb floats towards the penalty spot. Spackman who heads it away. McNabb will try another chip. Time aiming for Paul Power. Played here, of course, for Manchester City. Cup final of 81 against Spurs. Clearance by Francis, and Nevin tries to work it through. Speedy, good goalkeeping, but Nevin again. Well, there's a real chance for David Speedy, but the goalkeeper did well initially, and then when the ball came back to Pat Nevin, he couldn't keep it down. Can't beat Pates. Cloughan under some pressure there. Chelsea in possession with McAllister, looking for Nevin, far side, away, not very far, another chance for Speedy! David Speedy's got his second goal. The cross delivered by McAllister, and with the Manchester City defence in all sorts of disarray, the ball fell kindly for Speedy, and he doesn't need that sort of chance to turn down, and he accepted it gleefully. Chelsea 3, Manchester City 1. City need to get back into this game quickly now. Here's Andy May, on the edge of the area, good interception by Pates, valuable one too. Well, this really has been a splendid footballing match. Some lovely football played by both teams, and especially Chelsea in this last half an hour of the game. Baker and Paul Simpson have both been warming up, and McCarthy has stayed up there and gets it across for Wilson, away by Spackman, only as far as McNabb, plays a very intelligent ball to Paul Power, and coming in at this side is McCarthy. Oh my goodness me, the referee said his foot was up. Francis hurt his hand in the challenge. Good header on for Nevin. Now, there are several Manchester City men up in this attack, which is led by Wilson. Kinsey out on the flank. Confronted by Power, who makes a good challenge, and I think he's won the throw-in as well. Yes, he has. Tough challenge by Power. That's over tough by McLaughlin. The Chelsea fans in full voice now. Manchester City coming forward, and Rugby hooks that ball all of 50 yards ahead of him. Miss kick by Redmond, so Lee's little header finds McAllister. Oh, he's brought down without question by Paul Power. Nice to report as yet, though, there hasn't been a single booking in the game. Penalty area. One of them, though, is Lee, who's there now. With ball for Nevin here. Nevin so skillful on the ball, and gets round Reed, it might go in. It certainly does. Chelsea 4, Manchester City 1. The congratulations go, first of all, to Pat Nevin for the cross, and then to the hat-trick man, David Speedie, for the goal. Well, not many players get hat-tricks at Wembley, but David Speedie was at that far post, the simplest of his 3 goals, and it really was put on a plate for him by Pat Nevin. Manchester City now making a double substitution as well. They might have 4-1 down, with David Phillips and Nicky Reed going off to be replaced by Graham Baker and Paul Simpson. But here comes... There is Speedy again. The Chelsea supporters sing, there's only one David Speedie. His goals have come after 24, 52 and 59 minutes. Pushed right up there, taking that free kick, and Speedy inside and away. Now then, can David Speedy get his 4th? Well, he tried to chip Eric Nixon, and it just didn't come off. Now finding Kinsey, lovely ball. Wilson, and that's a good ball again, onside as well. Simpson, across for Lillis perhaps, and a good interception by Colin Bates. Give us a real touch that Paul Simpson has had, and he delivered a meaningful cross. And it would certainly give the fans behind this goal something to cheer if Manchester City could get their 2nd goal. McCarthy's going to be up for that one with Rugby. In there again, but that's just going to be too long, the header. To aim at in the middle. It's a goal kick. McAllister thinks it should be a corner. Speedy inside the area. Great save, but only for the moment. McAllister into the side netting. Oh, they've given the ball away again. Lee will try one, and he's hit it well! Oh, he's hit it magnificently! Eric Nixon stranded, fixed the ball out of his net for the 5th time. This has turned it into a rout. Speedy's got 3, and now Lee's got 2. absolutely thrilled to bits with that one. And so are all the Chelsea fans. Their team lead by 5 goals to 1. Minutes left. Wilson for Manchester City. The ball in play. Chelsea have it again. Manchester City keep going forward in numbers. Chelsea could score any amount of goals. Colin Pates, who shortly will step up to receive the Full Members' Cup as the captain of Chelsea. Now confronts Clive Wilson and wins the ball off him. Wilson again. Still Wilson. Almost lazy there, but did that ball go out? No, it didn't. Oh, nice little flick from Speedy, but Lee not quite able to control it. Sure, Colin Lee will exert all his energy in these closing 7 minutes, see if he can get a hat-trick to match David Speedy's. McNabb, Lillis to the area. Simpson to conjure something up here for City, and he might do it for Lillis. He has. What a great moment for Mark Lillis, Manchester boy who returned to the club this season from Huddersfield Town, takes the salute of their supporters. It's a consolation goal, that's for sure, but with just 6 minutes left here at Wembley, it's now Chelsea 5, Manchester City 2, and Mark Lillis gets the second City goal. Even the Chelsea supporters are cheering. The derisory singing of what's it like to score a goal from the Chelsea end. And they try and set up another one. All work back, but McCarthy this time knocks it away. Baker and Wilson. Well, it's not often you get 7 goals in a cup final, but that's exactly what we've got so far. As Wilson beats May, and that's going to be knocked back to him by Rugby. And here's the substitute, Graham Baker. Golden opportunity to make it 5-3 there, and Sutton Rugby imploring his defenders to regain their concentration. Manchester City 2, and just 3 minutes left. Flags waving at both ends, but it's Chelsea who'll be singing tonight, that's for sure. Oh, McAllister's getting away from his defender again. Here's Speedy. This time Nixon makes the save. Well, it's 5-2, but the scoreline could well have been something like 8 or 9-5. There have been so many chances. They try and find Wilson through there, and he does so. Wilson this time delivers the cross, far post. Corner given away by Declan Wood. Away by Colin Lee. As far as McNabb, but a lovely ball from McNabb out to Simpson. Simpson taking a little bit too long. Oh! Brilliantly done though, and a real chance for another one, and it is! It's there again! It's 5-3, and that went in, I'm pretty sure, off the poor old Chelsea defender who's lying prostrate on the ground. Don't get the rugby. Lillis put him under pressure. Rugby picks himself up, apologises to Steve Francis. Well, it's Chelsea 5, Manchester City 3, but only 60 seconds remain now. Incredible if Manchester City were to get another goal, and Kinsey's inside the area, and here's Lillis. It's right across the face of goal, and Wilson can't quite get there. The ball is still in play. Well, this is a quite astonishing end. If they were to score again here, we really would have a fantastic finish. And is he brought down? He hit, it's a penalty. Well, this is quite astonishing. Andy May wriggled his way into the penalty area and was brought down. And Manchester City, who were 5-1 down with 6 minutes to go, now have the chance of making it 5-4. Mark Lillis. Yes. Well, is it possible? The City players run for the ball, they dash back to the centre spot with it. Surely they can't possibly come back into this one now. It really would be a miracle. We saw a grandstand finish between Manchester United and Arsenal in the cup final a few years ago. It's now Chelsea 5, Manchester City 4, and it's all over. They just left it too late. Lillis sinks to his knees. The Chelsea players salute their own supporters, and Chelsea are the first winners of the full Members' Cup final. Remarkable resilience at the end of 90 minutes here, coming back from 5-1 down with only 6 minutes to play to an unbelievable 5-4 scoreline at the end. Paul Power shaking the hands of Richard Attenborough. But now here come the winners, the first winners of the inaugural full Members' Cup, led by the captain Colin Pates. He's going up to receive the cup from Sir Richard Attenborough, the chief guest here. And Chelsea 5-4 winners against Manchester City in a quite astonishing game of football. Thoroughly enjoyable. And those goals, 3 of them from David Speedy and 2 from Colin Lee, are the principal reason why Colin Pates is going to be able to lift that trophy high. And there's the roar from the Chelsea supporters. A marvellous moment for their captain, Colin Pates, and for all of those players in white. The full Members' Cup goes back a very short distance indeed to Stamford Bridge. And I think that Chelsea here have shown signs that they are now obviously one of the top clubs in the country, and they may one day soon be returning to Wembley, who knows, for either the Milk Cup or the FA Cup. For the time being, they content themselves with being the very first winners of the full Members' Cup. And certainly this has been a memorable cup final, thoroughly enjoyed by everyone in the crowd here.
Lee is a converted fullback these days, but his 2 goals and his old striking role in Sunday's cup final have persuaded John Hollins that he can afford to leave out England's Kerry Dixon, who's been recovering from a groin strain. This is the Chelsea side then that beat Manchester City on Sunday. Kevin McAllister keeping out Mike Hazard, and Steve Francis again deputising in goal for the injured Eddie Nijveski. Alan Devonshire, so often West Ham's most influential player, is back today after missing 2 matches, this with an ankle injury. But John Lyall has had to make a defensive change. His captain Alvin Martin is suspended, so Paul Hilton comes in for his first game of the season. Today's referee is Ray Lewis from Great Bookham in Surrey. A tense occasion then for both sides as Chelsea in their all-blue strip kick-off, attacking the shed end in this first half. And what a fillip it would be to either side to win this one today, with the championship race still very much wide open. An important test again for the likes of Steve Francis. And David Speedie, the onus on him, of course, up front. But straight away, it's McAvenny on the break here for West Ham. A very skiddy surface, torrential rain here before the kick-off. Ward driving it in, only just wide too. And all that from a poor clearance, which suddenly had Chelsea under pressure there. Mark Ward with a shot, driving it right across the goal. And it is a very greasy surface here. Gale. Caught his flick then, looking for McAvenny. He's got away from Wood. There's plenty of support arriving too, but it's an important tackle then by Buxton. Perhaps doesn't get the praise that he's due here at Stamford Bridge. A very decisive tackler. But the brighter openings have come from West Ham so far. Dickens to Devonshire. Good combination. Handball surely though. Seen by the referee. Lee. Nicon just eluded Speedie then. Colin Lee, so anxious just to pull on a Chelsea shirt again. Doesn't really mind where he plays, but certainly the last couple of years he's been playing as a fullback. Pates with Cotty. Now Dickens. Would interchange. Didn't quite play an opening, but they've won their first quarter of the game, West Ham. McAvenny is in there. Gale and Hilton have both come forward. The 2 central defenders. Here they are, 4 and 5. And it was Hilton who went in. Driven in there for the second time by Gale. And it was cleared off the line. Pipe driving it in. But somehow Chelsea survived. And West Ham was so close then to an opening goal. The corner was floated over there by Ward. It was Hilton going in there, and it's Speedie, in fact, off the line. Speedie finding Rugby. Up goes Lee. Nevin going in. Stewart who cleared. for West Ham. Well, he was going nowhere then, really, but McLaughlin was certainly in his way. Smile from Geoff Pike. One of the unsung heroes, really, of West Ham, Geoff Pike. Clearly fouled then by McLaughlin. It's Devonshire. Again, that searching run, and a good shot too! Oh, it's a marvellous goal! Well, he's the player, really, that most managers fear most, I think, from this West Ham side. And that was a splendid run and shot then by Devonshire. It's only his third goal of the season, and how well he took it here, drifting past defenders, and the shot beyond the fingertips there of Francis. So just past the halfway point in the first half, and it's Chelsea 0, West Ham 1. A goal from Alan Devonshire. Well, certainly there can't be any complaints from Chelsea here. West Ham have begun in brisk fashion, and they have their reward now. Spackman through. Foul then on Lee by Hilton. Chelsea haven't been all that impressive at home in the league recently. They've drawn 2 and lost 1 of their last 4. And they've got to come from behind here today. There's a defensive wall. Spackman and Nevin involved with the free kick here. Nevin's cross in, Speedy was going in. And it's a corner. Chelsea coming straight back at the West Ham throats. McLaughlin has stationed himself on the near post. Here's Nevin. Couldn't get his cross in, and there's Ward back helping out in defence. McAvenny, beaten by Bumstead. The free kick is Chelsea's. Rugby then with the free kick. Looking for Lee. McAllister went down, and the free kick in a very precarious position here for West Ham. From a free kick that they scored last week at Southampton through Colin Pates. And they're organising the defence in front of him is Phil Parks. Very experienced goalkeeper. He'll want that wall to be absolutely right in front of him there. Pates, Spackman and Nevin. It's Speedy there in the wall. His presence far from welcome, as far as the West Ham players are concerned anyway. And the referee still not happy that that wall is far enough away. Now will Pates try one from here again. Nevin. There's Pates. Oh. Took a deflection. Well, a shake of the head from Colin Pates, but he nearly repeated the trick. Just got a touch on the way. Be Nevin with the corner, and the height of Rugby and McLaughlin on that near post. Away by Parks. It's knocked back in by Spackman. McAllister! Well, it seems that the goal for West Ham has sparked Chelsea into life. And that was a clear chance then for McAllister. His only goal this season has been in the Full Members' Cup. He was very close then to his first league goal. McAllister. This is Lee. Couldn't get his shot in. But he has found Wood here. Now then for Nevin. McAllister, Speedy and Lee. All in the middle, but it comes to nothing. Devonshire. Now then to Paris. Breakaway here by West Ham. Until it's curtailed by Pat Nevin. George Paris, who can play at midfield or either full-back position with equal relish. Devonshire. And then for Pike, chance for a shot here. Not far away either then from Jeff Pike. You may recall his dramatic headed goal in the match against Manchester United recently. That was his only goal of the season. Well worth a try then, with the shot going in the end over the top. Well, it was a first half played at a furious pace, and a goal of genuine quality from Alan Devonshire divides the team's end at half-time. Chelsea have got a lot to do here if they're to save this game, I would think. The half-time score, Chelsea 0, West Ham 1. Well, it's certainly been an exciting first half for these Chelsea supporters, wondering if their team can rally in the second half. Well, West Ham have had a tendency, a rather annoying tendency in the past, to fall away in the second half of the season, but there's been no suggestion of that today, and John Lyle, I know, is very hopeful that they can, at the very least, beat their highest ever league position of 6th. Devonshire, intelligent use of the play. Bringing Ward in here. McAvenny lurking in the middle. Here's Stewart. Good try too. And Francis really had to stretch there. And he hurt himself. I think he may well have struck his head there and just turning that one over the top. Ward, who just knocked the ball inside to Stewart, who saw the opening and really extended Steve Francis. And I think he may well have knocked his head on the post. But for the moment, at least, Steve Francis is carrying on. Devonshire with the corner. Bates with a poor clearance. McAllister had to come diving into the tackle there. Here's Paris. Well, he'd spotted Devonshire away on the left. It's McAvenny. Rueful look on his face at the moment, Steve Francis. Speedy picking it on there towards Lee. Now McAllister. And he slips past Ray Stewart. Lee and Speedy in the middle. Speedy! Well, the man's got springs in his boots. Clung so well then. McAllister away from Ray Stewart, and just look here for Speedy. Just past the post. McAllister. Being played like a cup tie, this one, but then you'd expect that from these close rivals, especially with the extra incentive of knowing that the championship is by no means over. McAllister, Speedy. Lovely interchange of passes. And Stewart and Pike came over. He's looked very lively in the second half, McAllister. A couple of probing runs down that line. Up comes McLaughlin and Rugby. Two imposing figures on that near post. Spackman. Couldn't find Nevin. It's a good spell this for Chelsea. I wonder, will it produce an equaliser for them? Speedy, McLaughlin, now then to Pates. Up towards Lee. Jump though by Tony Gale. Always looked very comfortable on the ball. Got himself out of trouble well there. Only 26, but he's a lot of league experience behind him with Fulham, of course, before West Ham. Rugby. McAllister. McAllister in for Lee. McAllister with the cross in. Nevin going up there. Dickens bringing it away. West Ham just living a little dangerously at the moment. Here's Paris. Dickens and Paris on a roaring run here. Cottee! It's two! Laid on by Paris and finished in style by Cottee. A marvellous break then from defence into attack. Celebrations for those West Ham fans there. And it was all set up by a marvellous break down the left from George Paris here. He spotted Cottee arriving and beautifully steered into the corner. 11 minutes into the second half. And have West Ham now taken a grip on this match? They're 2-0 in front. The second goal from Tony Cottee is 18th of the season. Certainly revenge looking on the cards at the moment, with Chelsea having won here 3-0 last season in the corresponding league match. As West Ham pull everybody back to defend this free kick. Rugby and McLaughlin have both come up. Nevin with the kick. Lee trying to work a shooting position for himself, then McAllister getting a second chance. No question of a penalty there. Spackman knocking it back in, but it's all rather untidy and certainly very hurried. Spackman to Speedy. Off goes McAvenny. Oh, away from Rugby, who misjudged his challenge there. Now can McAvenny finish? Oh, for a man with his record, that was disappointing. He's certainly away from Rugby. Hilton with the header. There's Lee. Dickens to Ward. McAvenny had stayed onside. The flag was down. He has Cottee up in support here. Is this three? It is! Well, the partnership is stuck again. McAvenny was so unselfish there. He saw Cottee was in a better position. No offside, and McAvenny for Cottee. And it's 3-0 to West Ham. 18 minutes into the second half, and Tony Cottee's second goal of the game will surely now put this match beyond Chelsea. Chelsea 0, West Ham 3. 2 goals for Tony Cottee. And Chelsea are in some disarray at the moment. And their fans can't believe it. There's Mike Hazard, the Chelsea substitute, from John Hollins. They will be thinking about bringing him on soon. Woods, long punted ball forward, easy for Hilton. Well, you certainly wouldn't call West Ham an aggressive side, but they have added some resolution, some steel to their game. They proved here very hard to beat today. Not only that, they look now like taking the 3 points. Phil Parkes, who feels it's a young and emerging side that he wants very much to be a part of. Hilton didn't really get it clear. Paris going in with Nevin, and that, says the referee, is a goal kick. Nevin felt it was a corner. And Bumstead is going off for Chelsea to enable Mike Hazard to come on. And really it's the last card that John Hollins can throw now. Hazard, a man who can prove himself a match winner on any day, as we've seen so often in the past with Tottenham. And I wonder if even he can save the situation now. Gale. Phil Parkes, who says he's still having problems with his arthritic knees. He won't be thinking about those at the moment, with his side 3 goals in front here. Oh, McLaughlin misjudged the bounce there. Cottee to McAvenny. Well, would you believe it? That's 4. And the combination has worked once again. Frank McAvenny with his first of the game, laid on by Cottee. Returning the compliment. It was a missed kick, really. He sliced it there. But look at the finish from McAvenny. Halfway through the second half, and this scoreline is becoming somewhat unbelievable. Chelsea 0, West Ham 4. Frank McAvenny with his 23rd goal of what has been an extraordinary first season for him in the English First Division. Clever layoff bet by Cottee. Ward looking for McAvenny. Now then for Cottee, away from Pates. And Pike! Oh. So nearly 5. Cottee again was the provider, and Pike steered it just wide. And Chelsea really stretched here. And Pike just past the post. Stewart back to Phil Parkes. It's all going West Ham's way. They played with so much confidence today. McLaughlin with the header, and West Ham about to make their substitution. Neil Orr coming on, and Alan Devonshire, who had been doubtful before the game with an ankle injury, going off to warm applause from the crowd here. A marvellous first goal, and Neil Orr, who can play in midfield, of course, has been for much of the season, comes on. Nevin. Again, Ward had come back to help out. Rugby. Now here's McAllister. He's got away from Stewart. And the referee, I think, feeling that McAllister had been held back and realised that he should have allowed the advantage. It had already blown. Hazard then with the free kick. Just 10 minutes to go. Speedy. Oh, brilliant save by Parkes. Well, no one has tried harder today than this man, David Speedy. He's in Scotland's squad, of course, for Mexico. And he's showing here today, despite Chelsea's rather hopeless case, just what a fine player he can be. Great save by Parkes. Hazard with the corner. And McAvenny just unable to allow it to run through. McLaughlin back to Steve Francis. Into the last seconds now. And here's Gale on a rare excursion upfield, finding Ward. McAvenny and Cottee waiting in the middle. Dickens to Stewart. Too long for Cottee. Here's Speedy again. Well, a quite astonishing scoreline here then at Stamford Bridge. 2 goals for Tony Cottee, and a result which certainly enhances West Ham's championship claims. However outside a chance that may be for them, it does cast a serious doubt over Chelsea's claims. The disenchanted David Speedy. 2 goals for Tony Cottee, 1 for Alan Devonshire, and for Frank McAvenny. It's been a marvellous afternoon here for West Ham. They've beaten Chelsea by 4 goals. undoubtedly had more than their fair share of injuries this season, and Ron Atkinson has had to change the side yet again tonight. Norman Whiteside and Colin Gibson are both unfit, so in come Mick Duxbury and Jesper Olsen, who'd been left out for the last 4 matches. 2 crushing defeats and a disappointing home draw have certainly lowered Chelsea's morale, but with matches against West Ham and Liverpool also still to come, they've not written themselves off yet. Doug Rugby and Darren Wood both return tonight after suspension, and with John Bumstead having aggravated a groin strain on Saturday, there's a place in midfield for Mike Hazard. Tonight's referee, George Courtney from Spennymoor, the only English official chosen for the World Cup finals in Mexico. A blustery night in Manchester for what they're billing as a title eliminator. While nothing, of course, will be settled tonight, defeat for either side would certainly have very serious consequences in what's become an absorbing chase for the championship. Hughes straight away finding Olsen on the far side, although Wood in fact got it there first. Chelsea in their all-blue strip. Attacking the Stretford end of the first half, although it's United who made this early sortie here. Great atmosphere here tonight, and certainly the Old Trafford faithful haven't given up the championship by any means. It'll be Olsen then with the free kick. In fact, leaving it there for Albiston. Robson coming in! Oh, they failed to pick him up there. And there'll be some questions asked there at the Chelsea defence. Been rather shell-shocked of late with the goals that have been conceded by the Chelsea team, and they almost got caught there as Robson came in. Strachan with Rugby. Chelsea looking to restore some confidence in their play after their recent run of poor results. They're certainly showing plenty of aggression. Colin Bates is the player hurt there. And George Courtney just having a quiet word with Mick Duxbury. Duxbury's tackle on it there. Foul by Duxbury. Murphy. A tackle by Gidman. Hazard, Rugby, both sides struggling to control the ball in this win. Strachan. Good running then off the ball by Hughes, who was crudely brought down by Rugby. A little bit of retribution, I think, dished out there by Rugby. And the foul earlier on by Duxbury on Pates. And just look here how hard Rugby goes in. Well, Manchester United were expecting a physical battle tonight. It's certainly proving that. Strachan with the free kick. There's a second chance. Still Strachan. Good running here. Now Albiston. Strachan. Finding it hard at the moment to break down this Chelsea defence. Trying again here with Hughes. It really didn't seem any way that he could get through there. And it's a goal kick to Chelsea. Hughes, a player of immense talent. Barcelona's gain will be very much Manchester United's loss. Robson. Well, they're aggressively going. And Davenport couldn't find a way through, though. Nevin back to Clay. He's hardly been in the game, Nevin, at all. Gitman with a header forward. And now is Olsen. United fans finding their voices now. Higgins, away though by Pates, and the flag was up for offside. Sent off again recently against Queen's Park Rangers. He does seem to get himself in some scrapes. And here he is again now. Hughes. Watson spotted Strachan's run. Davenport was free inside him, but he was brought down again by Rugby. He's already been spoken to by George Courtney, and I think that could well be a booking for Doug Rugby. He's only just come back from a suspension. It's the second pretty hefty foul that he's committed so far, and you can see he's yanked Strachan to the ground. But he is a formidable fellow. I think if he was a scarecrow in the field, the Crows wouldn't only be kept away, they'd probably bring back the corn they took last year. United free kick. Strachan and Robson and Duxbury are all there. Strachan with the kick in. It was Robson's header. And so often he's on the end of those crosses. He has that flair and instinct that so few other players possess. And there he is arriving, and he couldn't keep the header down. Higgins was beaten in the air then by Dixon. Spackman going in. There's Gitman. Strachan on for Davenport. Tightly marked though by Pates. Did well to find himself a bit of room. Now then, Strachan. Hughes in the middle of Rugby. The danger hasn't passed yet. Surely handled then though by Robson. It's a measure really of how much United have missed him, that there are only 3 league matches in which he's suffered defeat for Manchester United when he's played. Davenport, the new man from Nottingham Forest, still looking for his first goal. George Courtney wants him to get on with it, and he's booking him there for time wasting. And I must say, it didn't appear to me that the 2 United players were 10 yards away. He was involved in a controversy on Saturday when they conceded a goal for his infringement of regulations. And he was in trouble again then. Flags up, offside. Higgins with the free kick then for Manchester United. Robson. Always prepared to try one from any distance. Dixon and Higgins. This is McGrath. Rugby to Murphy. Hughes, no foul given. Here's Gitman. Strachan. Hughes in the middle, just beyond Godden. And no United player able to apply the finishing touch. And here's Olsen. Alveston. Chelsea defending tenaciously. And they've given away yet another free kick. They've come here tonight in determined mood, Chelsea. David Speedie, I think, has got a little bit of a knock. Nevin. Speedie had just stayed in his own half. Bringing Dixon in now. Can he get away from Gibman? Well, the cross was rather lacking any positive qualities. Strachan. Now then for Gidman. Here's Duxbury, a shooting chance perhaps. Olsen. Now then for Gidman. Strachan from Hughes' header! Marvellously set up then by Hughes. And Strachan, who scored a brilliant goal on Saturday, claiming the corner. Felt there was a touch. The referee says no, it's a goal kick. But that was agonisingly close. Lovely layoff then by Hughes. And Strachan driving it just past the post. Augustin to Olsen. An aimless flick though, and then Dixon caught offside. United have really lacked cohesion in this first half and have had trouble breaking Chelsea down. Well, Manchester United haven't beaten Chelsea here in 20 years. If they're to break that run, they're going to have to improve on their first half showing. The news of David Speedie, incidentally, who got an injury in the first half. He's got a bruised instep. Clearly, after some treatment at half-time, he's able to continue. McLaughlin. Hazard. Oh, Dixon was onside, and it's clear here. Now can Dixon finish? Beautifully done. And in the first minute of the second half, Kerry Dixon, who hadn't scored for 11 games, has delighted those Chelsea fans. Hazard's ball clear. The United defence was totally stretched, and Dixon coolly steered it past Chris Turner. Terry Dixon hadn't scored since December the 28th, would you believe? But he's found the net tonight, and what an important goal that could be. Flags up for offside there against Speedie. Terry Dixon, who's had his worries with injuries, and he seemed to have lost his goal-scoring touch. But my word, he tucked that one away beautifully. So what a fight on now then for Manchester United. Higgins with the free kick. Strachan's ball in. A wince there from Strachan, who perhaps was the closest to a goal in the first half. And now it's Chelsea who've taken the lead here. Chris Turner beaten. Hughes. Olsen, now then for Robson. Free kick to United. Alderson going down. So Olsen then with a free kick for United. The touch was in. Almost there by Hughes. On his foot to the cross. goal will have lifted both sides, I'm sure. For different reasons, it will certainly stir United into action. This is Davenport. And it's a United throw. Olsen. Now then for Strachan. Here's Kidman. Robson arriving! Good goalkeeping then by Gordon. A little clash in the penalty area. Mulwing Hughes and McLaughlin. Robson there almost on the end of that cross. It's Kidman knocking the ball over. Robson arriving. Well, if he lost it, he handled it then. It's difficult to read just which way the ball is going to go in this wind. Now Olsen. Alderson gone outside him. Away from Nevin and then Hazard. The cross was just eluding Higgins arriving, and it was Rugby who turned it up for the corner. Higgins coming in at the far post. The cross was from Alberston. A teasing one it was too, and there for Rugby away for the corner. And United are making a substitution. Gordon Strachan, who did seem to be limping earlier, is coming off to be replaced by Frank Stapleton, who's come on recently as a substitute. Could play just about anywhere. That was why he was chosen for the role again. He's such a versatile player. I wonder where he'll slot in. Olsen with the corner. Here's Kidman. McLaughlin got it clear. Stapleton, at the moment at least, has taken up one of the front positions. Strachan, of course, a midfield player. McLaughlin. Chelsea with 9 defenders at the moment. Rugby. Robson with the cross. McLaughlin away. One or two of the Chelsea players a little angry there with Rugby, who seem to be dallying on the ball, which he's acknowledged. Chelsea have given away the corner. The news of Strachan as he's got a pelvic injury. He certainly did seem to be struggling earlier. Olsen in with the corner. Will it fall here for Alberston? Higgins flicking it on. And Chelsea really battling at the back to get it clear. I think it's going to be an all-out rearguard action for them now. As United press for an equaliser. Duxbury to McGrath. Really has summed up some of United's play. It's really lacked cohesion at times. And there's certainly no way that they're playing as they did in the first couple of months of the season, when they were quite outstanding, those 10 straight wins. McLaughlin. McGrath was in before Hazard. Now then for Alberston. Here's Olsen. Robson had to stretch. Murphy. Oh, it's Speedy. He's clear. Balked in surely by McGrath. Clearly obstructed. The two of them exchanging angry words. Speedy was away then. McGrath, one of the quickest defenders around, quite definitely curtailed his run. And that's a free kick to Chelsea, just outside the area. This is Hazard. Trying to curl it into the top corner. Chelsea will see that certainly as a chance squandered. Free kick to United. Rugby, the offender. Not, I may say, for the first time tonight. Halfway through the second half. Can United save this one now? Stapleton going in. Davenport. The whole cluster of players there. Robson coming in too. And no one could find the decisive touch. Darren Wood. Given away though to Higgins. He's found Olsen. Good skill. And bringing now Orbison into the play. Richard soaring into the middle. The off then was from Robson. It's a penalty. Hughes went down and it's a penalty to United. A golden opportunity now. The foul on Hughes. Olsen will take the kick. He scored 4 out of 4. I wonder what's going through his mind now. Olsen against Godden. Delightfully steered into the corner. And United are back on level terms. Goal number 13 for Jesper Olsen. You couldn't have a penalty more perfectly placed than that. I saw him score 2 here in a match recently against West Bromwich Albion. And he sent the goalkeeper the wrong way on both occasions there. Godden, in fairness, went the right way but couldn't reach it. So it's 1-1. And United are back in the hunt. No doubt at all that it was a penalty. And Jesper Olsen has taken full advantage. The foul there by Rugby on Mark Hughes. Ron Atkinson hoping now that his team are indeed back at this game, and he hopes on course for a victory. But Chelsea have other ideas. Here's Speedy. Good effort! Oh, what a save! Magnificent save then by Turner. Speedy's aim was perfect, and somehow Chris Turner acrobatically turned that one away. Beautifully driven, and just look now, Turner tipping it round the post. Well, he's hardly put a foot wrong since coming into the United side. He wants as much his foot as his hand there to deny David Speedy. And what a contrast in the second half here to the first. Almost lifeless by comparison. And this second half has really bubbled. That was an astonishing save by Chris Turner. The crowd still digesting that save from Turner. His form keeping out Gary Bailey. Bailey really can't have too many complaints when he produces acrobatics like that. Here's Gitman. Davenport with the cross. And Hughes so nearly turned that one in. Sweeping move then by United. More in the style that we were seeing from them early on in the season. And Hughes very close to a goal then. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't quibble at a point at Old Trafford. Indeed, they drew here last season. 1-1. McGrath with the free kick. Robson. Higgins. Robson again. tie this man down. Robson then again showing his persistence and his bravery, but he couldn't turn it in. Everton to Hazard. Deception though was from Robson, and off goes Hughes. He's escaped now from McLaughlin. Look, we couldn't reach it. Here's Stapleton. He has support from Gibman. Robson! So often he reads the situation perfectly. Gibman's cross in. There's Robson. I'm sure he made contact though. But he has his uncanny knack of arriving at the right time. Dixon. Here's Nevin. The whistle's gone. So much noise here, you can barely hear the whistle. Even the players are struggling to hear it at times. A minute to go. Duxbury. Gibman making the run down that flank, but to no avail. Stapleton going in. Robson. Stapleton again. Good turn then by Robson, but he couldn't find a shooting opportunity. Duxbury. Away by McLaughlin. Albiston. The Chelsea players are throwing themselves into desperate tackles now, hoping to deny United. Hughes. Here's Olsen. Did well to get his cross in. Then Robson was almost on the end of it. Chelsea defending admirably here. And on the break now themselves with Speedy. And Dixon found beautifully! And in the last minute of the game, Kerry Dixon with his second goal of the night has put this game surely beyond United and ended their title dreams and kept Chelsea's very much alive. Kerry Dixon, so long without a goal, and he's come back here tonight with two. And what a part David Speedy played in that goal too. Cool finishing from Dixon. We're into injury time. It's all over. And that may well apply now to United's championship challenge. Chelsea have bounced back here in style tonight. A disastrous Easter. The 2 goals from Kerry Dixon have earned them 3 points here tonight at Old Trafford. Acknowledging the applause of the Chelsea fans who've made the trip up north. And the trip was well worthwhile. The hero of Chelsea tonight is Kerry Dixon. It's Manchester United 1, Chelsea 2.
season. Liverpool looking for their 8th championship in the last 11 years and needing just 1 goal to take their league total to 89, which would be the highest First Division aggregate for 18 years. But they're without Jan Molby, who has a stomach bug, so Mark Lawrenson is back in the number 10 shirt, and Steve McMahon also returns to the first team picture as substitute. Lots of competition with the cup final just a week away. And a huge turnout of Liverpool supporters at Stamford Bridge. And a fantastic welcome too for Chelsea, who themselves were in the championship picture until just very recently, and who today are short of 3 players, Pates, Bumstead and Murphy all injured. But into the side come John Miller at left back, Keith Jones in midfield, and Paul Cannaville starting a game for the first time for 7 months. Referee is Lester Shapter from Torquay. His 2 linesmen, Roger Smith and Mike Topping, are officiating at their last Football League match. They've reached the compulsory age of 44 for linesmen to retire. Chelsea in blue have only won 1 of their last 9 matches here at Stamford Bridge. A poor sequence which started when Liverpool won here in the FA Cup. That's Lawrenson with the header. Lawrenson has started in a defensive position. And it'll be Jones with the throw for Chelsea. This is Darren Wood. Now it's Jones and off Beglin for the corner. And was that an arm round the neck of Doug Rougvie? Nothing given. Cannaville. This is Speedy. And now Miller. Alan Hansen with Kerry Dixon. Nicol. Looks to me as though Liverpool are going to operate with 3 centre-backs. Lawrenson, Gillespie and Hansen are all back in their own penalty area. Liverpool knowing that a draw might be enough in terms of their championship ambition, but a win would definitely see them home. Here's Rush. Nicol. Oh, and a slip there. McDonald is in with a chance. Fine save by Tony Godden. Nigel Spackman slipped and let in McDonald, and Tony Godden, on loan still from West Bromwich, made the save. Gillespie coming towards this, and he's penalised. Every seat sold for this vital match. Offside, David Speedy. That was McDonald. McLaughlin being hustled here. It was Miller's initial error. He held his hand up, the number 3. Just hesitated slightly and McLaughlin had to hurry. It's a corner. Halfway through the first half, Gary Gillespie and Jim Beglin have come forward here. That was Gillespie. Dalglish is hovering. Beglin off the line. Was it in? No. Keith Jones. Play on, said Lester Shapter. Jim Beglin's shot with the left foot beat the keeper, but Jones was standing on the post and got it off the line. Gillespie. Beglin again. Whelan. And Dalglish is in here. Yes! The player-manager manager scores the goal that may edge Liverpool nearer to their 16th championship. The fans celebrate, 24 minutes gone, and Jim Beglin's presence in the Liverpool attack was so important. He had the earlier shot, he stayed forward, and when Dalglish got free, that was an unerring finish by the man who has taken over as player manager this season and now sees the championship within touching distance. Beautifully taken by Dalglish, only his 7th of the season, but he hasn't played anything like all the games. Here's Dixon for Chelsea. Now, are Chelsea capable here of silencing those Liverpool fans with an early reply? And Rugby flicked it on, away by Beglin. Spackman back in. Dixon's in there. It's loose. Jones. Well, Jones must have thought he'd saved Chelsea when he kicked that shot off the line. But Liverpool's killer thrust was just around the corner. Half-time arrives with Liverpool in a position to clinch the championship. Thanks to the goal in the 24th minute by their player-manager, it was Liverpool's 89th league goal of the season, and that's the best total in the First Division since Manchester United scored 89 in 1967-68. So the half-time score, Chelsea 0, Liverpool 1. Since the 22nd of February, Liverpool have won 10 and drawn 1 of their 11 league matches before today, says Dalglish. And his team have shown again this capacity that Liverpool have for staying the course in Championship football. It was Jones to Cannaville. Wood. Jones again. And Cannaville again. Dixon waiting for the cross, policed by Lawrenson. Wood. Lawrenson again, Nevin. Now then, Lawrenson's tackle. Referee was very close, it was on Speedy, and he has not given a penalty. The referee, Lester Shaka, decided that Mark Lawrenson made a legitimate attempt to play the ball, even though Speedy went down. Chelsea, though, still have the possession. Speedy. Crossed in for Dixon, and this time it's Gillespie and Nicol. Chelsea fans are unhappy, although I have to say, as a neutral, I thought the referee was probably right. Ten minutes to go then, and a substitution about to be made by Chelsea. They're taking off John Miller, the left back, and they're bringing on a forward in Kevin McAllister. And he takes up a position on the right wing for the time being. Sign that John Hollins still wants to save the game. Might just change the emphasis of the Chelsea attack this. Here's Wood, and that is McAllister. And Speedy, and away by Gillespie. McLaughlin. Dixon is up with Gillespie again. Jones, Speedy, chance, and wide. Arguably Chelsea's best effort, that much, Speedy says, away from the post. And I must say, Grobbelaar looked relieved to see it go wide. Russian Rugby. Dalglish to knock it on. Ronnie Whelan. And that hit Jones. Beglin. The Liverpool supporters preparing to celebrate. Quite happy at this stage of the proceedings to boot the ball out of the ground, or certainly into the back row of the stand anyway. There's a real party starting on the far terrace, but here comes Jones for Chelsea and he may spoil it. Forward by McLaughlin. Alan Hansen with the clearance. We're in the last minute. Dalglish held by Wood, and that will relieve Liverpool. Great excitement among the Liverpool supporters. Rush. Got the throw. We're moving into time that the referee may add on for stoppages. The 90 minutes is up. Johnston's in there. So is Nicol. McLaughlin's header. McDonald wondering about a pass back. Cannaville lost out to Steve Nicol, but he lost it too. Here's Rush. Johnston. Well, they get that away, Liverpool. This is Spackman. Is there time for one last Chelsea rally? Jones forward for Dixon. He's got Speedy in here, but he overran it. And that came after 91 minutes. He's just seconds away now. Football Club have won the First Division title for the 16th time in Kenny Dalglish's first season as player-manager. What an achievement. The fans celebrate the 8th championship in 11 seasons.